All right, and hello everyone. This is Michael Condon representing the TooMedToo's Star Wars Network, and this is the Bacta tank. So if anybody wants to hop in, go ahead and let's get tanked. Today is actually the first time that I am doing a dual stream. I am doing it on the normal YouTube, and I'm also doing it on Facebook. So we're gonna have to see how that works out. I'm not really sure how Facebook is going to do this because I know they're a little bit more sensitive, and sometimes we get a little crazy on here, and it's not safe for work. At least it's rated R normally. If sometimes it's not safe for work. So I'm actually going to see really quick how what it looks like on Facebook, if I can find it, or if it notifies me or says anything. I don't even know where it is. So, or if anybody else finds it or can tell me. All I know is I'm supposed to be streaming somehow on Facebook, but that is all that I know. So, if anybody wants to hop in here, feel free. We got a couple quick things to talk about. Not really that much news going on. So, but we can always find something to do. No, I'm not going to have good ratings today because I have no shirtless men walking behind me. So, um, that's a downside. But oh, see, Rural Farm Boy, there's Kylo Ren, Flores. You were able, or she found it herself. You didn't have to tag her or whatever. Anybody want to hop in here? Who do we got? Oh, all right. I wasn't expecting it this early, but we have someone hopping in to do a little bit of chatting with us. And we have Reaper Girl 27.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. I've just kind of been sticking my head in the book and keeping it there these days.
Yeah, well, go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm pretty sure everybody in here already knows who you are, but in case some of the masses that later on check
The
in.
masses. My name's Rachel Alford. I'm at ReaperGirl27 on Twitter.
Hi, Rachel. Nice to meet you.
Hi. My puppy's in the cage. She's not as friendly. But I'm the author of Edge of Hope. I did the Twitter thread, and now I'm doing a novelization of it on Wattpad.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't get that was my question for you. I didn't get the Twitter thread. I got the novelization. So
I can fix that. I can fix that quite quickly.
Okay. Well, just when I had clicked on it, because I had talked to you last week, and that's, I believe, last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, and you were doing just the Twitter thread. And is it the same thing?
It is. The novelization is an expansion of the Twitter thread because there's only so much you can do with 140 characters.
Mm-hmm.
But like doing a complete rewrite of what it was TROS, I didn't want to touch anything that had already been written because I didn't want to like play around with somebody else's stuff. I mean, that's somebody's point of view. So I didn't want to like dip my toe in the pool of, oh, I can fix this. I can play with it and tweak it and make it better. So I just kind of scrapped everything and started my own story. And I just kind of used what images I could use from the film that were out at the time, which I kind of in retrospect wish I'd waited a little while longer, because since the digital has dropped, there's been a lot better quality and a lot bigger quantity of GIFs hit the internet that I could have used whenever I started it. But I just kind of pieced together what I could by using basically just like whatever GIF I felt fit the emotion or fit the moment of the caption that I was using. So it's kind of, hi, Roll.
Oh, you have a lot of people saying hi to you in here.
Oh,
A lot of our friends in here.
Wow. Our other famous author. I wish I was famous, more infamous than famous. But that's pretty much like I kind of started off. I did a complete thread of The Force Awakens. I did one for The Last Jedi. Everybody wanted me to do one of the Rise of Skywalker, but they wanted it completely from a Reylo perspective, which was my intention. But you can't really write the Rise of Skywalker or any kind of version of that without, or at least I couldn't. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there that's more talented that can do it just from their perspective, but I couldn't do it without touching other characters. So it was just easier for me to just do everything. And it took me a month and 3 days to literally write a brand new Star Wars movie.
Well, that's what I didn't realize. So what am I trying to say here? So I was expecting the Twitter thread. Why? Because that's what I talked to you last time. I believe that's all you had was the Twitter thread, and then you've expanded to the novelization, or you just had the novelization started and didn't really have too much done on it. I believe I forget what it was. And so when I clicked on today, I thought it was going to be the Twitter thread, and I thought then that it was like you would just copied and pasted the Twitter thread over into the novelization, which you now told me that I was completely wrong because I'm an idiot sometimes and don't know these things, but. I was actually impressed at like you're adding more character development into there. And usually like when someone does like a fan fiction, especially if it's with the fan fiction, I don't read any of it because it's Reylo and it's just, like huggy kissy, whatever that people wanted. But this is actually like the story, but just from a different point of view. I mean, not necessarily it's not the same story. It's just the story of how you would have written it, I think is more along the lines of what it is.
It was what I was just trying to make it. I'm kind of like, I started with Star Wars with the original series. So pretty much everything that I've loved and enjoyed watching Star Wars and being part of the Star Wars family is kind of, it's come from the original trilogy. So whenever I went about doing, the Force Awakens thread or the Last Jedi thread, and then tackling the Rise of Skywalker, I was kind of really adamant that I thought I needed to call back to the original. That's why I called it Edge of Hope, because it was kind of supposed to like mirror New Hope. But I love Leia as well. Carrie Fisher is like my OG. Like I love Carrie. I owe her a lot. So personally, I wanted to try to find a way to honor her in a bit more detail, I guess is the best way to put it.
Okay. Now, yeah, like I was impressed how you went back and there's a lot of flip-flopping, I guess, you could say, with Anakin and Vader.
No spoilers!
Oh, no spoilers. I forgot. No spoilers. I didn't say anything. That's not really a spoiler. I mean, maybe a little bit, but.
Well, I mean, I know a lot of people have been reading the thread, but like so far, the only person I know that's finished it is Leah. So I've asked a few other people if they've finished it, but nobody's really been like, yeah. But I mean, everybody's been kind of scrambling to deal with their work and the situation because of the COVID-19 stuff. So it's kind of like it's not anything like I've been trying to like hold my thumb down on everybody, like read it. I want to be able to talk about it, read it. But it was meant to just be something that would find the people that kind of were suffering with confusion, depression. I have a major depressive disorder. I have borderline personality disorder. So whenever I went into the theater and I saw The Rise of Skywalker, it was pretty brutal, like in a big bad way. So the only thing I could pretty much do was kind of turn the frustration and the disappointment into something a little bit more positive. So I mentioned to, I don't know if you know, Janet Misconduct, that, I thought that Charlie says he's read it. You've read the thread or you've read the novelization? Because I posted a huge chapter on the novelization today.
Chapter 21.
Yep.
I read
I've
that.
got, it's a two-parter. Chapter 21 is a two-parter. Like, I've got to write the second part of it tonight, but it was over like 4,000 words. So I was kind of like, might be riding the edge on a little too thick on that one, but I kind of had no other choice. But mainly, like, I'm really grateful that, like, so many people have found it and they're enjoying it and they love it. And I mean, that means the world to me. But I mean, the fact that some people have reached out to me and said, it's helped them get over the Rise of Skywalker. It's helped them get past what they were dealing with after going to see it, and things like that. That's really, like, the best thing I've could possibly hope for. I mean, it really kind of makes me feel good to know that I was able to help somebody.
Yeah, because I mean, it's just like I said, it's from a different point of view, and it doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't make the movie any better or any worse from my point of view. I liked the movie. There were some things I didn't like about the movie. But
what didn't you like? Can I ask? What specifically didn't you necessarily care for?
Well,
just curious.
First, it was a great way to finish off the last three movies, but it didn't really deal with the first or second trilogy. So it didn't really deal with the original trilogy. It didn't deal with the prequels, and I mean, it was a good ending for the sequels if you just took those as three movies, or the first two, and then just kept it off that way. But it didn't have the finish for the 9 movies or deal with enough. They should have made a 2-part movie, kind of like Marvel. And I'm only using this because it came out around the same time. It should have been a 2-part movie like Marvel did with Endgame, because there was so much to jam into there. I mean, Marvel did it with 5 years of movies or 6 years of movies and 20 movies. And Star Wars tried to do it with 9 movies, but it was 45 years, and people that are a lot more obsessive than Marvel fans are, as a whole. So it's like, there wasn't enough. The people that complained that it was too rushed, I didn't really think it was rushed. I thought it was kind of like at the tempo of an Indiana Jones film, how there's just kind of constant action. And then it just kind of, but that was like the first hour. And then the second hour just kind of lulled into the movie. I didn't like the fact that they brought back Palpatine. Didn't bother me, but the way they brought him back, or the way they showed him, and they didn't explain or said 2 or 3 words, where most people that saw the movie that are just normal fans or not big Star Wars fans or whatever. I used my father as an example. He's seen all the movies. He'll never go to the theater to see one of those movies the second time. When they're on TV again, he'll watch them, but he won't sit there and be, dead set watching it. They'll be on the background or whatever.
Nobody in my family likes Star Wars besides me. So I totally understand how you feel.
But but I started talking to him about it. I said, "Oh, you want to know about this? You want to?" No, he thought it was a good movie. His biggest problem was that there's sound in space, and there's no sound in space. But that's being that's being the military man.
Oh yeah, they don't tolerate any of that. Like, it has to be legit.
He didn't have a problem with the bombs dropping and zero gravity, because it's like, oh, magnets, oh, whatever, okay, fine, that's you can think of a reasonable option or scenario on how that played out, even without it being told. Like, you can think there was something that propelled them or whatever it was. But the fact that there's sound in space, that's his real, like, pet peeve about it. But he thought it was a great movie. But like we've talked about many times, it's us that sit here on, we choose to sit here and talk about the book that you wrote about it, or me every week about whatever it is I can talk about Star Wars, whether I have to, find stuff to talk about, or whether it's just overflowing that week and we don't get to everything.
Yeah.
So
like pretty much like the only, my experience was very different than yours, because I've always, and I think my experience is very indicative of a lot of people that particularly came into the series of the films with the with the original series. I think that pretty much everybody that started out with the originals, that now they whenever they went into the Rise of Skywalker, they were kind of hoping to get something that was similar. And I think that's where everybody's kind of like, with the original trilogy, you got a cast of characters, but every character had their own story, and you could, follow each of those threads throughout the entire film. It was never just really kind of the focus on this person, the focus on that person. It was everybody kind of had their moment and had their story, which, that way your audience has people to choose from, whether they, prefer Luke or prefer Obi-Wan or Han or Leia or R2 or, C-3PO. It doesn't matter. Or Chewie. I mean, everybody has something that they're willing to kind of go and pay more attention to and just ignore the stuff that they're not. But with the Rise of Skywalker, it kind of, like the first thing that like legit almost knocked me out of my chair was, and I had been spoiled on the movie. I knew the ending to it. I'd seen it, like I just tried to ignore it online, but it got to the point where I couldn't. So I was just like, just tell me what happens. I need to know. So I spoiled it for myself, but I was kind of almost like, maybe they changed it. Maybe I read some sort of alternative option to it. But I went in, and the first thing that really kind of set me on edge was Poe flying the Falcon. And I just sat there and I was just like, what are you doing? Like Han didn't end up in a grave, but if he had, he'd been rolling in it, because literally I just didn't understand the whole like flip-flop from making Poe one of the best pilots in the galaxy and in the Resistance, as quoted in one of JJ's movies, the very beginning one, the Force Awakens. He's the best Resistance pilot. So you take that guy and you put him in the Falcon next to Chewie, who's been flying that thing for 45 years. And the first thing that happens, they have some sort of like, they hit light speed, and then the TIE fighters are somehow able to tag on to their light speed jump, and they follow them through continuous jumps. I'm just kind of sitting there like, that's not possible. They don't have an active tracker on the Falcon. What are you doing? And then he just kept hitting everything. I was like, dude, how are you the best pilot if you can't like fly straight? Like, I mean, never mind flying casual. You're hitting everything. And the only time he apologizes is he just looks over at Chewie and he's like, I know, I'm sorry. And Chewie's just like, oh God, I'm not going to have to explain this.
I think that was the difference when JJ did episode 8, episode 7. And he was a Star Wars fan, but he kind of copied episode 4 and used that as his template. So it was kind of, it followed along for Star Wars fans and everyone to like. And then Rian Johnson comes in, who is one of the biggest Star Wars fans, and actually had meetings with the story group and spent so much time delving into characters and writing the story that he thought as a Star Wars fan he would want to see. And then JJ goes and says, he's the one that says, oh yeah, I'm a Star Wars fan. And it's like, oh, you know about this? And they're like, what are you talking about? There's more than movies. So like I get people all the time that go to pay with credit cards, and they'll pay with Star Wars cards. And I'm like, oh, you're a Star Wars fan? They're like, no, I just like the card. Or you say, do you like Star Wars? Oh yeah, I love Star Wars. Oh, what'd you think about this? Oh, there was a new movie that came out? Yeah. Okay. I mean, so it all depends on. I think
when I left the theater, there were 2 guys that walked out behind me, and I was, on the phone, like, I'm on my way home, I'm leaving, my parents had asked me, well, how was it? And I was just like, I can't even talk right now. Like, I'll explain it later. But like, I was crying, I was upset. And the two guys walking out behind me, they were like, was that you in there? Because I had a moment where I was a lot less
composed.
Kind. Yeah, I was literally like, mother, at the ending, because I was just like, don't you do it. But it was only a theater of like, 80, 90-year-old people sitting in there, and like maybe about 6 other people roughly my age. But they came out behind me and they heard me on the phone talking about it. And they were like, was that you in there? And I was like, yeah. They were like, so what did you think of it? And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, you should be able to tell what I thought from the way I screamed. But like, I was like, well, what did you think of it? They're like, it's all right. Being the first one we've seen, I was just like, what do you mean the first one you've seen? And then they were just kind of standing there like, oh, there's more of them? I was like, it's episode 9. How couldn't you put that together, that there's more? And they hadn't seen any of the other ones. They just went strictly for episode 9. And I was just like, oh, this is not the one you want to start on. Like, it's just, you've got no kind of, my main, like, I didn't have problems with the cinematography of it. I thought it was beautifully shot, which, I mean, any of J.J. Abrams' movies are beautifully shot. I like to kind of tease a little bit and say that he's Mr. Panoramic Shot Abrams, because, specifically with the trailer, which was it was a pain in the butt trying to find cuts of that scene from the trailer, where it's nothing but like 20 miles worth of ocean, and you see itty bitty little glowing sticks down here on this wreck, and that's it. They eventually pan to it right before the trailer cuts, and you're just like, what? Why show me all the water? Just, that's what I want to see. It's about the people. It's not about the scenery. And then doing research, I discovered, like, everybody's all about the space horses. They were a cool creature. That was something awesome to add to the collection, but ultimately they weren't even supposed to be on Kefir. I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. You took an animal from another part in the galaxy and brought it there, but the people that lived there are stormtroopers that rebelled and started living on there. So what did the stormtroopers go and kidnap space horses and then bring them to Kefir?
That's why we need 2 3-hour movies instead of 2.5-hour movie to tell us all these things that, like, I think Lauren Romo just said that, like, we have to remember that Star Wars is popular with certain, I'll put it up here. I forgot that I could do this. I just realized it the other day when I was watching people do it, and I'm like, I've been doing this for months, and I forgot that I could do this. But you have to remember that Star Wars is popular with certain circles. General population, it's hit or miss. Mm-hmm. And that goes into what I was saying with people that say, "Oh, I love Star Wars," but don't know anything about it. And it's like, well, it depends on what you consider loving it or how big of a fan you are. I mean, I guess it's like that with anything, but because most of us are so obsessive about it, or
I don't know if I'd use obsessive. I'd say I think we're protective of it. I think that may be one thing. Like, we tend to kind of almost seem to like take ownership of it. Like, this is my Star Wars. This is my opinion of Star Wars. This is what I believe. It's very protective in the language, but it's also very possessive. But more or less, this is why I think this needs to be that way. But I mean, I love Star Wars. I love Leia. I love all the characters of the cast. Like, but I don't understand why it has to be so divisive. That was one of the things I wanted to cure whenever I was writing Edge. That literally was my main goal. Not only just to, honor Carrie Fisher, but to be like, is there a way to like bring us all back together? Like, make the family get along, because there are people who are hurting emotionally and mentally. There are people who just can't seem to figure out where they stand, or, which group they fit into. And I don't like the splintering. Like, Star Wars fans are the best. We're a family. They're the best people, bar none. They've been there for me hugely and I've met so many more since doing all of this. But I mean, whenever I went to Comic-Con in 2012, like I legit got lost. My first time in a big city in New York City, I got lost. If it hadn't been for some very amazing people that just because I had a Star Wars shirt on, they stopped and were asking me questions and they could see that I was lost. I mean, I stopped police officers and didn't get any help. But these people, all they had to do was literally see the Millennium Falcon on my shirt. And they're like, what can we do to help you? What do you need? Do you want to use my phone? Here, I'll take you to the right train. Like, legitimately saved my butt because it was getting very dark and I had no idea where I was. So I literally look and see Star Wars fans as like their family. They literally will stop what they're doing to pay attention to somebody who says they're thinking about hurting themselves. That, you know, somebody like Simplify Danny, her husband ended up getting sick and ended up in the hospital. Immediate response from everybody, you know, well-wishing, what can we do to help you? You know, we're right there. I want us all to get along, and I know realistically that's not going to happen. But I mean, I wanted to try to create something that could bridge the gap and maybe kind of ease the tensions where you could, like, that's what Star Wars is supposed to be. It's a movie you're supposed to be able to go sit down and enjoy for, you know, 1 hour, 2 hours, however long, and forget about all of everything else. Just go and enjoy it and immerse yourself in it instead of sitting there picking apart. This one's like, that color of that guy's robe is wrong. Why does his lightsaber look like that? You know, we need to just kind of let ourselves be awed by, you know, not only the art of it, the storytelling of it, the amazing way that the characters are portrayed by these incredible actors that take years out of their lives and away from their families. So we'll have something to, you know, they live and breathe in these characters. Harrison Ford's been doing it for, you know, how many years now? And he finally was just like, I can't do it no more. I can't do it. That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear that Harrison should have the same perspective as Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill continuously says that he loves his fans, that he loves and adores Star Wars fans because they've literally made his life what it is. And I mean, in a way, we make each other's lives better by just trying to not pick apart something, but share it. Share it. Don't take ownership of it. Just share it.
Yeah, but I think, you know, it also comes like with that aspect. Harrison Ford kind of went on to a different career path than Mark Hamill, and Harrison Ford. I don't know if you sneezed or coughed or bless you or whatever needs to happen, but you just needed water. Okay. You know, Harrison Ford kind of went off his own way and started making movies right away, and has built a very successful career that way, where, you know, the mass public doesn't know Mark Hamill from anything but Star Wars and
the Joker.
I said, but the general public or general population, you know, we know that, or movie nerds or whatever. But, you know, if you stop somebody on the street and you said, you know, who's more successful or whatever, I'm going to say 95% of them at least are going to pick Harrison Ford. If you're talking about, I don't know who's got more money or whatever, it probably is Harrison Ford. I'm sure his acting probably paid better than Mark Hamill's voice acting. But, you know, Mark Hamill has, how do you rate success? Because Mark Hamill has more credits to his IMDb, I'm going to guess, with all the voice acting he's done. So, you know, it all depends on what you're going to equate it to. The more listings you have in there, or the more money you've made, or, you know, the more notoriety you have, someone being able to recognize you publicly for, you know, showing just, you know, be like a picture of The Fugitive. Okay, he was in The Fugitive. He was, you know, just a bunch of different movies. That's versus, you know,
some lines you can tell it's Harrison Ford just from what the line is. I mean, It's also the same way with Mark Hamill. Like you know, same thing, Vader, everything else. It's amazing how with a film series like Star Wars, even with The Force Awakens, like forgetting all the other stuff, even with The Force Awakens, because apparently, like, I did 2 separate articles that were posted at one point in time about Marianne Brandon and about J.J. Abrams, about specifically their experiences with The Rise of Skywalker, how they ended up on it and what it all had to deal with. And that really did influence a lot of what I kind of decided to do with Edge, because from what they were saying, they were trying with The Force Awakens to write a movie that legitimately was just for any regular person that could walk in and sit down and watch a movie. They didn't mess with the prequels or the original series. They didn't even touch Solo or Rogue One. They just wanted it to be its standalone where anybody could come in and sit down and watch it and enjoy it. And I think they accomplished that. But the problem with that is you set up a storyline for a trilogy by making it this. You only give it this much of a perspective. So then Rian Johnson comes along, and I mean, he had conferences with Abrams about Last Jedi. But ultimately, Johnson decided to do his own thing, his own perspective. And Disney has to just kind of make their peace with that, because they wanted a separate director for each film. And if you're going to go that route, you've got to give the person that's telling the story creative license, because it's how we do things. We tell our stories differently. Like everybody, even somebody who sits and reads all of Edge, they'll sit and they'll go and tell it to somebody else, and it'll be a completely different version than what I wrote. And that's perfectly fine, because that's how stories stick with us. What we take away from it is what we use to color and engage and enhance the lives of the people around us. And I think that's what ultimately Star Wars does. But going from The Last Jedi into The Rise of Skywalker, you kind of had expectations, and you had holes that you had to fill and marks you had to hit. And I think by being nervous or being rushed or whatever was the cause of it, my personal opinion was it was the editing. I think a lot of the problems that came with the film, where there were certain things that weren't explained or skipped over, came in the editing room. But that's just my personal opinion, because I looked through, I don't know how many different articles and researched those 2 articles that I wrote. And that kind of gave me more information. But I think that ultimately, if you're going to, I don't think, number one, I don't think they need to end Star Wars. I don't think there's a need for that. I want it to continue as long as possible. I want it to be around for my kids. But I mean, new stories are never a bad thing. Stories aren't bad, and only the intentions behind, what you do with them is what turns them, sour to people. I don't think that they were making The Rise of Skywalker to tell a story. I think they were making it to, like, okay, we got to get this done and get this done quick. We've got to move on. There's other stuff we want to do. So you can't be plotting 20 moves down the road and then kind of leave everybody sitting in the theater going, what was the story? What happened? Where are we? And that seems to be the general kind of feeling, which I'm hoping isn't what people are experiencing with Edge, even though I know, because it's over 1,000 tweets long, it at times, like I did send you the thread just a second ago in your DM. If you get to a spot when you're reading it where there's nothing below that last tweet, click that tweet and the thread will continue. I've had to fix it quite a few times, and I should have done it better. I didn't know exactly what I was doing when I was doing it, so it was a learning curve. But it's over 1,000 tweets long, so hopefully it won't take you that long to make it through it. But I mean, I'm really proud of it. Whether or not, I tweeted it at Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams and Jon Favreau and hundreds of other people. So literally the only 2 people that ever had anything, and they didn't make a comment, they just kind of clicked on it, was Nathan Hamill and Sam Witwer. Those were the only 2 I got out of like 80 people. But I mean, it.
And wait, Kevin Smith?
That is right. Kevin Smith didn't like Edge of Hope, though. He liked a comment that I made about Jim Jarrew's incredible artwork. I don't know if you've seen it, but like, it's so lifelike. That's what just totally threw me for a loop. Like, it's amazing. Like, I didn't even know that was possible to do with an ink pen. But I mean, I can't draw stick people. Like, no artistic capabilities whatsoever. Like, it's scary. I can't draw with my friend's 5-year-old kid. I can't draw with them because I'm just like, Rachel's drawings look worse than yours. Let's color.
I can't draw at all. Speaking of artwork, tomorrow the Art of book is supposed to be coming out, and I got a notification from Amazon that it was shipped today. So I'm hoping that it should be here tomorrow morning. And who knows, I might get on there and as of right now, I don't want to take up all your time with this. My work study's on this.
I hope I was able to give you a good enough interview. I'm sorry. Like I've run into the same problem where like I want to talk about it, but like I'm scared to say anything because like I know quite a few people still haven't.
Like me, I'm not going to give away any spoilers, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait, what? And then that wasn't a spoiler. I made that up.
It's a lie. It's all a lie. But I don't want to like spoil it for anybody because believe me, there are quite a few people that I've been like, can I just tell you? Can I just tell you? Because I really want to talk to you about it. And they're like, no spoilers. The Star Wars family is just like legit with no spoilers. But like, I promise on the horizon, there will be explanations and hopefully like, if everybody's liking the novelization and will stick with me, they'll get a little bit more of an expanded, in-depth view of what I intended with Edge. I mean, I hope you'll stick around because I really love waking up every morning and seeing that somebody's actually reading something that I wrote. Like I've never had that. It's really kind of, it's made my life a lot better, and it's made like dealing with a lot of the depression and anxiety so much better. Like I've really feel like I'm kind of like part of a family now, and I don't want it to go away.
I mean, I read it. I read all 21 chapters today. So
you read all 21 today?
Yeah, it's not a long read. It's
wow.
It's short. It's not long. They're not like regular chapters of a book. A couple of them are longer. It reads more like a movie. Like it flows like a movie. Like I don't know if that makes sense or not.
It does, because that's almost kind of legitimately how I write things. I kind of like see them in my head as a movie, and that's like I've written other things in the past, and I've actually like submitted them to be published or be considered, but I keep kind of getting like, this isn't a legitimate form of a format of writing. So you need to go read something that you like and then copy that format. And I don't think that literature or writing gets better by copying what somebody else does. I think people with unique voices should be heard. And that's why, like, anytime I see anything that anybody's writing or creating, like Rainbow Rain, she did a completely different cut of TROS, which, I mean, not a whole lot of people. Oh, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. I still got thirsty though, Charlie. Where like she did a complete cut of it, a recut of it. It's not necessarily like a Raylo cut, but it, like, legit, I never thought I could sit and watch The Rise of Skywalker again, because I just didn't think I'd be able to get the original one out of my brain. I sat and I watched it yesterday. It was over 2 hours, and I legit was like, woman, take my money. This is Star Wars. This is what I like. It really felt like watching one of the original trilogies. So I was like, where can I send you cash? I want a copy now.
And who was that did that?
Rainbow Rain. I'm trying to figure out how to like spell it. It is, she's at Rainbow Rain, but I think it's well, Ben Solo is immortal. Rainbow, RAYNEBO, and then there's like an underscore RAYNE. She has been working like as long as it took me to do Edge. She's been working on this for months, but it is, you couldn't tell that it wasn't a legit version. Like the sound's perfect. There's no skipping. Like all of the audio and the visual effects and everything ties in. Like I didn't even know that was possible to do. It was like, it made me cry, but because I was happy. But I mean, anybody who draws art, like I try to pay back any kind of support that you guys give me with Edge by kind of trying to give everybody the same kind of encouragement, because everybody's got a voice and everybody has a story. They just kind of need the space to tell it.
I agree. And this is my voice and I'm sharing it with you.
I appreciate it, because this is all new to me. Like I'm kind of the type of person that was like, I'm going to hide in the dark, and I think I'm better on print. I don't think anybody wants to hear my voice or see me, so I'm just kind of going to sit back and just do my own thing. But like with James and Brock and Andrew, and with you and with Janet, Miss blah blah blah, my mouth is dry, Misconduct. Janet and Katie Wren have been like some of the biggest supporters I've had. They've had my back since day one. Like there's so many other people that have been there for me and support me, but Janet was the one that was like, if you don't like it, write a better one. If you think you can do it better, do it better. And I was just kind of like, I don't know if I can do it better. So I sat down and I wrote the crawl, and I was like, I can do it better. I can make a new one.
I mean, that's what, you know, I started this channel to make Star Wars friends, and that was a little over 2 years ago. And, you know, I'm probably one of the luckiest people in the world because I started it. And then Johnny Grasso from Rogue One, after like a week or two, I had been on it for like a week or two. I had no idea who he was because I never listened to a podcast or anything in my life. I listened to a couple of YouTubers, or watched a couple of YouTube channels, and I was like, you know, if these guys can do it, half of them are fucking idiots. If they can do it, I can do it. So, you know, like let's get everything going. So I went like I think it was January 29th or 30th or whatever it was. Are there 31 days in January? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it was like the 30th or whatever. It was like the 30th. I was like, I'm going to do it. So the 31st, I went and, you know, I had a Facebook page that I could barely use, and on the 31st, I had everything. Then I just went and got, you know, YouTube, Twitter. I had another Facebook page, Facebook group, another Facebook page, just like all this stuff.
You're already reaching a broader audience than I am. I don't. Well, I can't do Facebook.
I just went on and I was just like, okay, if I'm, you know, it's kind of one of those things that when I do something, I kind of, you know, I go all out, sometimes overboard, maybe. I don't know. That's, you know, their personality. And I'm
sorry, I'm so thirsty.
Oh, don't worry about it. We're usually, you know, there's people out here really getting tanked in the tank. So, you know, that's, but
I'm not gonna lie, I want to hit my e-cig, but I didn't know if you'd get upset with me. So
no, go ahead. Do what you want. Do whatever you want to do. I don't care.
I don't have any alcohol.
As long as you're not like blowing lines or something, you know, I don't really care what you're doing. You know, on camera. I mean, on camera too. You know, I mean, whatever. Yeah. But,
I'm a pretty mild person. The only drugs I do are prescription for my brain, and then nicotine.
I quit nicotine a little while ago, but it's funny, like, because like being all cooped up in the house, like I'm still working, so I still go out to work and come home, but I'm still if I'm not at work or on the way, you know, to or from work, I'm in my house now. I wanted to smoke, and I don't know if it's just because I'm like cooped in the house or whatever. It's just like they say the only bored people are boring people, but it's still kind of like I'm still kind of bored because but yeah. But,
I know what you mean. Yeah. It's not really boredom. It's just like you get lazy with things. You're like, I've sat and I've watched 800 episodes of Law and Order today. I can't watch another Law and Order. What else can I do? I don't want to do that. No,
And
let's just watch another Law and Order.
I turn the YouTube chat into a podcast, but I have to edit it out because a lot of times it's not just like where you and I are talking. It'll be easy to make it into a podcast, but a lot of times you get 4 or 5 people in here and we're having a conversation and we're either cutting each other off or we sit there for 5 or 10 seconds without saying anything, waiting for someone else to respond to what we said. And, so then you got to go and cut that out. It's to turn into like a halfway listenable podcast. Like I could just take it and put it on there. But if you're listening to the podcast, you'd be like, did it just stop? What happened? No one talked for 10 seconds. Like what's going on? So I'm way behind on that. I think
I'm getting used to actually like, I'll sit and I'll talk your daggum ear off. Like I don't meet strangers in like real life. That's one of my father's favorite little jokes to throw out is that I've never met a stranger in my life, but I'm a little more discerning now that I've gotten older. I kind of feel people out first. So if I kind of catch a good vibe, then I'll stand there and I'll talk to you forever. But like I've kind of got to the point where like I feel like I'm interrupting people or like I'm talking too loud. So I kind of try to like keep the inner geek pushed down a bit. Because like you've seen me in you've seen the chats and stuff like that with Rebel Scum. Like I get animated and I go fast and hard and I don't hold anything back. But like I try to like, I don't know, put out the best version of myself, which some people, it may not be the best version, but I just stopped. I stopped having a filter whenever I hit 35. I was just like, I can't do it no more. Like I'm just who I am. And either, people are going to connect with that and like it or not. I just can't. I can't sugarcoat stuff anymore. It's too much work. It's too much work to try to like just be nice. Like being nice is great and you should be nice, but I mean, being honest is a lot nicer in the long run instead of, kind of dancing around the fact that, like I don't agree with that and I don't like that, or people make fun of you behind your back, or things like that. Like I just don't do that anymore. Like that's why primarily like most of my friends were guys for the longest part of my life, because you have an argument with a guy, it's over the next day. You have an argument with a lady, it takes some time to win us back. You have to kind of like candy, flowers, dinner, then we're slowly coming back. But with guys it's just like, the next day they're just like, so what are we doing now?
5 minutes later.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting to, and perfect that T Green just showed up in here, and it goes with what I was saying, that now that I have, my schedule's still the same, but I'm actually doing less because I'm in more live chats or hanging out in people's live chats, or like T Green's in here. I was in talking Sith the other day on with them for like 2 hours, and which. So it's like I'm spending more time. I'm still doing Star Wars stuff, but I'm not, playing Fallen Order or doing this or doing that or editing my podcast. Because it's like, the podcast, I just put it on there because, so I hope they're not listening, so that when I apply for my media pass, it looks better that I have, a YouTube channel and a podcast and this and that. So
I'm
they
checking
probably
to make sure my mobile hotspot's up and running. I'm not ignoring you, I promise. I'm just making sure my Wi-Fi is not going to go.
I wasn't trying to be rude either when I kept looking down. I was trying to. Today's the first time I've ever done it on Facebook also. So I have it going on YouTube, and then I also have it going on Facebook.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
But I don't know how I'm on Facebook, because that's what I was trying to search and see how I'm on Facebook, and I can't find myself. But there's 4 people watching me on Facebook right now. And I don't know, like that's what I was looking for. I went through the TooMedToo's Facebook account. I went through my regular Facebook account, and I can't find it on there. So I don't know how I got there.
I'm kind of scared now. I'm not going to lie, because there are quite a few people that probably, I don't do Facebook for a reason. Like I have, like most of the people that ever found me when I was on Facebook were people from high school, and not necessarily the friendliest of people from high school. So I was just kind of like, it was very depressing for me. Everybody's married and got babies and has jobs and a real life. And I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm still living at home. I'm 35 years old. I have no job. I've got 2 broke knees and a dog. That's it.
You got a cute dog.
Literally a Kevin Smith character.
You got a cute dog.
She's psychotic. Like, did I send you a video of her?
You
like,
did.
all she does all day long is sit in front of me and tries to take my coffee or take my food. I love her to death, and she's adorable, but she eats walls. I've never in my life seen a dog that eats sheetrock, like, just because. It's boggling to me. It's just kind of like, why? I understand that, like, you're upset with me, but why? What did I do? I'm throwing your toy. Be happy.
Let's see some. Well, don't worry, because nobody in the chat can find me on Facebook. So they can't find me on Facebook. So I don't know. It must be my it must be the
maybe you've got Jawas. Maybe
it could be. It might not be. I might not have it going streaming through my YouTube or my Facebook page. It could be in the Facebook group or the Facebook, like the TooMedToo's page. So it wouldn't be just like regular Facebook people. So you don't have to worry about that.
If you put it up as Reaper Girl 27, I doubt anybody will recognize it. But if you put my name on it, then people are going to be like, I know her.
No, it's Reaper.
Which, I mean, like, some of my good friends, like, I haven't seen in decades. They wouldn't be too bad. But, like, there are a few people that would be kind to me. But, like, Facebook is scary to me. I don't, like, I've legit, like, Facebook to me is just for cheating on your significant other or ruining a marriage. That's the 2 things that Facebook seems to be notorious for. So I've always liked Twitter better. I can talk to a wide range of people, and it's brought me a lot more happiness. So.
See, I just got on Twitter. But yeah, but that was, I don't know if you ever heard my story. So then, John, I just get a tweet from somebody saying, hey, there's a bunch of us guys getting together. We're podcasters. If you want to come join us. And I was like, I told my girlfriend, I was like, I don't know. I'm kind of scared. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm like thinking about walking in this bar. And there's going to be a bunch of old sweaties in the corner, talking about who shot first, or like, that's exactly what I told my girlfriend, and she has no idea what I'm talking about. But like that's like exactly what I'm thinking about. And and I walk in the bar, and it's Johnny Grasso and Iraj, and just like Mike Pappas, and these people, and it's like I become instant friends with, I become friends with them, and now I'm going into Comic-Cons with them, and I'm we have Airbnb, we have Airbnbs for whatever,
so
and it's like,
you run an Airbnb?
No.
Airbnb.
No. When I was in Chicago, there was like 20 of us. It was me, the Bad Motivators, Canobite, some of the Sith List. Up above us was Scruffy Podcasters. So it was, and then Blue Bantha Co. was down the street from us. We were out it was like, so like I was just like, I'm just like this guy that started a channel just to make some friends, and I'm like hanging out with I consider them like heavy hitters in like the Star Wars podcasting world. I mean, yeah, there's bigger people than them, but like I think they're like the most genuine people when it comes to it. But
like the main person that like is like, aside from everybody at Rebel Podcast, like at Rebel Scum, like the only person I have ever met that was like, I guess he's not from like the trilogies, but like I still consider the film part of the trilogy. Like, it's how I start my Star Wars marathons all the time, and that's Dan Fogler. Like, I met Dan by watching the movie and just tweeting stuff at him nonstop, and he is I will rep Dan Fogler till the day I die. That man is amazing. He was the one that got me to New York City Comic Con. He was amazing, and the whole time I was there, like he made time for every single person that stopped and wanted something signed or wanted to shake his hand or take a picture. Like he's just like legitimately like one of the best people I've ever met. And I mean, his mom, Shari, Circuit Breaker on Twitter, she's an absolutely just beautiful woman. Like, she's so sweet to everybody. She takes the time to talk to everybody. She runs a writing group. I mean, they're just amazing people. And I mean, that just kind of cemented my belief that, you know, it's not a fandom, we're a family. Like, we treat each other like we're brothers and sisters, or, you know, at the worst, maybe cousins we see once or twice a year. But it's still kind of like, it's that, you know, what do you need? What can I help you with? You know, do you need, you know, like Charlie's offered like 2 or 3 times to draw stuff for Edge, and like, God bless him, because there's no way I could ever attempt it. But I mean, I've met, you know, people that just I wish I lived closer to, like, legit. Like, I've told James and Brock and Andrew, like, if I lived closer, like, you guys wouldn't be able to get rid of me. Like, there have been moments where I'm just like, I should just move to Canada. I have enough friends up in Canada. I'd be okay. Like, I've got the guys. And then I met Jason Memel, who's also, he runs a theater company in Toronto, I think, but it's in Canada somewhere. I mean, it can't be all that bad. I mean, Ryan Reynolds is from Canada. I mean, that alone is just like, yeah, I'd rather have that on my resume than, yeah, I lived in the United States of Trump. But I mean, it's what makes me happy. I love, you know, talking to people and getting to meet new people and helping people, but also getting to, you know, show my geek colors every once in a while.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like Lauren Romo just said she can't wait to hang out with the podcast peeps. That's like, I mean, it takes, you know, I was just lucky enough that, you know, it happened the way it did. Like, I started my channel, and then there was a meetup, you know, a couple weeks, you know, 2 weeks later, there was a meetup. It just happened, you know, that I was able to go. And then, you know, a few months after, 5 or 6 months, you know, talk to them a little bit here and there. And then a few months after that, you know, was Comic-Con in New York, and, you know, Mike's in Queens and Johnny's in Jersey, and Araj and Les were flying in for something, or Araj came in with his wife. There's one of they different, same thing, just different times. But, you know, it's like, you know, so it was like, you know, I was able to, like, then to, you know, so I mean, I just got lucky. It was just luck of the draw,
Yeah.
or, you know, fate, whatever I was on, you know.
It's like people, like, it seems to be that people that are a part of this group seem to be a little bit more ready to bolster people, and like, if they see potential in you, they kind of seem more ready to enhance that instead of knock you down with it. I have yet to see anybody like really come at me because I wrote Edge, or anybody come at any of the amazing artists or anything. Like, Katie runs a blog, and as far as I know, like, she's had nothing but good reviews because she's an amazing writer and just the sweetest person ever. But I mean, it's just a great group of people. Like, I've never had this kind of experience because my account on Twitter for the longest time was private. So nobody literally knew I existed except for the people that I followed. And then I didn't really spend much time on there and talk to anybody. But like, as soon as I made my thing public and was like, you know what, I'm just going to do what I feel like doing. I'm bored. I want to write, but I want to do something to do with Star Wars to make myself feel better. So I started doing like just little captions here and there with GIFs. And now, like, I've got literally an entire film worth of GIFs in over 1,000 tweet thing on Twitter that has been liked and looked at and read. And, you know, it gives me the courage to try new things. Like, after I'm done with Edge, I'm going to write an independent Zori Bliss story, because I was asked to, but also because I think it'd be fun to see what else I could do with that character. And then after that, I've already got like a complete trilogy planned out of my own kind of storyline. The first 2 books will be completely new content, completely new worlds, storylines, characters. It won't actually tie into the end of Edge until the third book, where it'll slightly kind of run parallel to what's going on in Edge. So it'll kind of stick with that new character that I'm going to develop, but it'll still kind of give you enough of what's happening in Edge that'll keep you on the same storyline and let you fly straight.
Yeah, I mean, it's important, you know. It's like you're writing because you like to write. I started the YouTube channel because I wanted to meet friends, and then I started doing things, and I actually burnt myself out because I started doing a day in the history of Star Wars, and I took the year by year. It's kind of like what Haas and Steele are doing, except they're going year by year. I was doing it day by day and posting every day. So I was going through the entire thing, and you know, going through, and it's like, okay, we'll just, you know, today's the 30th, on March 30th. Okay, on this year this happened. On this year this happened. So I go through, I make the video, and then I'd have to edit. I was spending like probably at least 4 or 5 hours a day doing that. Plus I was working and going to school. And I did that for about 2 months. And then for the second month, I was just like, I'm fucking done. I can't do this anymore. And I stopped doing anything on YouTube. And it was probably like April or May of 2 years ago. And I stopped doing anything on YouTube until Celebration a year ago, and went to Celebration. I'm like, I want to start doing YouTube again. I missed this. You know, I got to find what I want to do though, because what I was doing before wasn't the right thing. That's why, you know, it got to me, and I had to stop. And I don't know if my buddy Ian was in here earlier. I don't know if he's still in here or not. He's my in real life friend, who's also a big Star Wars nerd too. But he knew I like Star Wars, and I would talk to him about Star Wars in the YouTube channel. But he's an asshole, and he didn't subscribe to my YouTube channel till about a year and a half after I already had it. Like, we would sit there and talk about my YouTube channel, and he'd like tell me how he like watched it and stuff. And I believe that he actually did, but he had never subscribed to it until the one day I saw it come up that he did.
My friend Danielle hasn't read my friend. The only friend I have in real life, literally, and it's sad, but that's personal choice. She's got 3 kids. She's stuck in the house all day now, and I know she's got Wi-Fi and good internet. So I've told her I don't know how many times about stuff that I've posted or interviews that I've done to give her a heads up, and she's not. I doubt she's seen any of it, because she just doesn't. She doesn't understand. This is a woman who's never seen, like, she watched The Princess Bride for the first time with me, and she was just like, I don't get it. Like, what's this? Why is this supposed to be great? And I'm just like, why is this supposed to be great?
Because you don't need her as a friend. You have your Star Wars
beautiful
friends. That's it.
Well, she's got, hey, she gave me a free haircut, so I got to give her props on that. She did a pretty awesome fucking job, because there was a lot of hair in that tub. If everybody saw that picture, like, it legit, when I turned around, I was like, ooh, I may have made a very bad mistake, and I can't put it back on. But like, and then I posted it, and everybody took their sweet time and being like, it looks awesome. I was just sitting there like, oh God, I lost 2 followers after I posted that. Oh my God, they're leaving in droves.
You have a question from Kylo.
Miss Rachel, please give us a second sister story, maybe origin story. I have to admit that I don't know what the second sister is. If you can tell me what it is, or I will research it to death, and then I'll anybody who wants me to write anything for them, you let me know. I'll write you a whole novel. Like, I love writing. Like, it's fun. Oh.
That is a second sister. A vengeful warrior of the Empire tasked with tracking down Jedi survivors, the second sister Inquisitor is driven by her all-encompassing hatred of the Jedi. And then I can't speak it in the other languages that it is, but it's she's an Inquisitor. But
I can do that.
I
can do dark characters very well.
She was one of the more powerful or prolific Inquisitors. Like, they have just your regular, like, run-of-the-mill Inquisitors that are just Inquisitors, which I think you know about.
Like, a lot of I'm not shy. Like, I'll flat out tell you, my main I've read 2 books in the Star Wars, like, era, or like I don't know how to put it. I've only read the original trilogy in novel form, and then I started reading the prequels in novel form. But like I haven't read half as much as that's out there. That's like why I keep like trying to suck up knowledge from Rural and everybody else, because it's like, tell me what I need to read, tell me what I need to read. But then like I stockpile them because while I'm writing, I don't read anything. Like I haven't watched any of the movies. I haven't read. I've got Bloodline by Claudia Gray, and I haven't even touched it because I don't want. I kind of get in that headspace where it's like I don't want to take something secondhand and accidentally have it stuck into what is supposed to be completely original, because I that and I get distracted. Like I'm not gonna lie, like if I start reading something or watching something and I get into it, like I'll find a reason to stop doing what I was doing. That's why like I get up, I do my morning shout outs, and then I do the podcast for lunch, and then I come and I sit down for, you know, the rest of the day, and I burn out a chapter or burn out 2 chapters. And then I stay up every night till about 2 a.m. burning out another chapter, because if I don't keep that momentum or keep that schedule, I'll like I said, there's Law and Order on all day long. I'll sit and I'll veg out and I'll go back to knitting hats. Like I can be lazy. I've got to keep myself on message and on game, or I'm just kind of like, what are we doing today? I don't feel like writing. My hand hurts, which legit, the pain from doing like this. I had a Pixel. This is a new phone. I burnt up a Google Pixel 2 XL writing Edge of Hope, the Twitter thread, because it legit was freezing the phone up and killing it from trying to load a GIF, and then it wouldn't load the GIF. It would literally just, you'd have to shut it off, turn it back on, take the SD card out, put the SD card back in. It was a pain in the butt. And then even now, just finding GIFs to load for the rest of it that I had to swap in the middle of writing it on this one, which is a Samsung Galaxy A50. It's starting to die on me. I kill cell phones worse than coronavirus is killing us, because it just gets, it burns them up. I just sit there and I go hardcore on them, but like the pain from writing all of that like this every day, like I would wake up and I couldn't move my thumbs. I really couldn't. I was just like, I don't know how I'm supposed to continue with this. I can't, like, I think I took 2 days off in the entire month and 3 days of writing Edge on a cell phone in a Twitter thread. And they were necessary days because my hand would not move.
Yeah. Ian's still here.
Hi, Ian.
He was. He asked if anyone's read Splinter of a Mind's Eye. So he's still here. That was the.
I need to. I'm a bad Star Wars nerd. I need to catch up. All of my knowledge.
Oh no, that was the first book. That was the sequel to Star Wars, or well, not now, A New Hope, before Empire was written, and it's really weird, and it depends on who it is. Most people say it's really bad, but I think Charlie Skywalker liked it. A few other people that I know liked it, but most people say how horrible it was just because it was so off the wall. But maybe I'll have to see if it's on Audible, because that's the only I read with my ears. So.
I am strictly like, that's another thing that may be a problem for me later whenever I go to start looking for all these, because I don't know if you call it being a book snob, but I just really prefer having something in my hand. I find that my interest kind of peaks at looking at a screen for so long. But I mean, like, would have asked me, like, do I plan on printing Edge of Hope once I get done with it in the novel form? And I'm gonna try to look into having that done. I don't know if I can be sued for doing that, because it's technically Lucasfilm's characters, but I mean, if it's a storyline that's not something they've done, I don't know. I'm gonna try my darndest to actually get it done, because I really do like, I want to get copies of it printed to, at least at the at the very least, give them to people who wanted them, and then give them, I want to give a copy to Carrie Fisher's daughter, Billy. Like, I really want to send her a copy of it, just that way. I mean, she'll probably never read it, but at least that way she's got it. And I want to dedicate it to, everybody that kind of got me started. And I want to dedicate it to Carrie, because really, without Star Wars and without Carrie Fisher, like, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. Like, there were dark days where there was no light at the end of the tunnel, and I'd given all of my hope away to other people, and there was literally nothing left. So
I don't know, but I know with like the fanfic movies, Lucasfilm says it's okay to make them, just as long as you don't make any money off of them.
Oh yeah, like, I wouldn't ask anybody to pay for it. I mean,
so like, I don't even think you can do like a Kickstarter for it or anything like that.
Yeah.
But you know what? I mean, stranger things have happened. I mean, I don't know how much it costs to. I'll ask Darth Lungo what he did, because he just wrote a book. He's part of the, even though there's no such thing, the Grey Council. There's a Grey Jedi, but he's the Grey Council. And he's an author in real life, and he just wrote a book. But you have a question here. I didn't realize this was Casey. Hi, Casey. Thanks for stopping by.
Hi, Casey.
Casey wants to know. Casey's from the Talking Sith podcast. Excuse me. His question is about how you write. Do you vomit a specific amount of words on a page and just use what works? Or do you have points and want to hit and connect with dots?
Normally, whenever I sit down to write something, I kind of have an image of what, like, I write, like he was saying, it reads very much like a movie. I have like the image of where I want the movie to start and where I want the movie to end for a chapter. So it's like little mini movies here and there whenever I write a chapter. With Edge, I've had to go a completely different route, because I have the Twitter thread. So everything that everybody liked from the Twitter thread, I want to include in the novelization. But the problem is, the pictures take up a lot of words that I couldn't use. So I try to transcribe, at least some of the best parts of a certain section. Like, I try to section it off to do the chapters, which was why 21 was really hard, because I had to section it off and do 3 different ones in one chapter. And then the one I'm going to write tonight, it'll be another 3 in one chapter. So it's not so dicey, and they didn't end up really short. But I generally try to hit like an emotional pitch whenever I write a chapter or write anything. Like, I want to write something that's going to make people feel something. Like, I've had several people tell me that, like, I didn't warn them before they started reading Edge, and in the Twitter thread, and it made them cry at certain points, which I'm really sorry. I should have warned you that you do need tissues at certain points, because even I needed tissues. This has been the only thing I've ever actually wrote that made me cry. I've never like emoted at my own stuff, because I was just like, that's kind of pretentious. I sat and I cried at my stuff. No, this stuff legit. There were moments where I was writing that Twitter thread that, like, I needed a minute, because I was just bawling my eyes out. But I generally try to hit an emotional pitch in a chapter. If I can hit that and like not really hit a word count, I've been trying to not make the novelization chapters too long, because I know some people are reading it while they're at work or reading on their break. So I wanted to make it something that was, I can get the point out of, 2 or 3 swipes and move on to the next one, instead of sitting there like having to quit in the middle of a chapter and go back to where you started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's why, like, when it really, like Charlie Skywalker said, it's really a quick read. It doesn't take long at all. And it wasn't even like, it wasn't even like tedious, like, I have 21 chapters. They're short, and they're quick, and they're interesting. There's no fluff really. It's kind of like, it's all important, I guess. I don't know how to really
I try to keep it to where it's not just like talky, jab. are like massive. Like I try to get it, like it. I literally try to like write it as if I'm watching a movie. Like if I was sitting there transcribing a film, because to me that's how like a lot of people, especially with things that are already so visual, you kind of want to sit and be able to see the character or see the setting in your brain. So if it's just kind of like 8 pages of stuff about a building or a wall or the sky being 6 different shades of blue, it after a while you're just kind of like, can we get back to what we were talking about? Like, what is this guy doing over here, and what's going on over there? Is that a murder? Should we pay attention to that, or is that just kind of off in the back corner of an alley that we don't need to go down? It's I also like I tend to sometimes, I've been told, I tend to write certain chapters where it's almost kind of like a cliffhanger, where like you sit there and you kind of have to go to the next chapter if you want to see what's going to happen, which I must admit I do take some devilish enjoyment out of writing certain chapters that are like cliffhangers, because it's just kind of like, I'm not telling you what's happened next. Y'all are going to have to find out.
Yeah, there was a couple times I will see. Also, for me, it wasn't. I really didn't have to deal with that because I just read it straight through. But I know, like a lot of times, you wrote a chapter and the next day wrote another chapter, or wrote similar to that, or you write 2 chapters or whatever it was. But yeah, I just read it straight through. So
that wasn't happening. You know, like I managed it for the first 2 or 3 days of the novelization, and I was just like, it is 5 o'clock in the morning. I am not anywhere near done with this last one, and I am so tired. So I knocked it down to 2, and that seems to be kind of the sweet spot. It's kind of very manageable where I can do it in the middle of the day, and then at night I can kind of sit and write until about 2 a.m. and then wake up the next morning and drink 12 cups of coffee and be ready to go again.
So yeah, but I don't know, you've noticed I go on some tangents sometimes. So like I started talking about something in the beginning. Now it's like when the Rise of Scott, when the book comes out tomorrow, when I get it, if I can figure out how to put it on and make it look all right, I might go through the book with some people like I do. I don't know if you've been there. Rural Farm Boy and I are going through. I have one of my other channels besides, or this channel, but I have the Bacta Tank, which is my Monday night show, the live chat. Then I have the Coruscant Coach's Corner, which is me and Mike Pappas. But him and I, you know, he never even shows up for his own podcast. So for him and I to put something together, it's really hard. We did do the first 7 episodes of Mandalorian though, so that was good.
See, I haven't even seen the Mandalorian. Rules got to be so disappointed in me. I know he's probably sitting there just shaking his head at me like, why haven't you done that yet?
I just got sad.
I'm sorry. I don't want, like, it's literally like I'm putting blinders on myself. I mean, that, and like after the Rise of Skywalker, I didn't want to sign up for the Disney Plus because I was like, forget the House of Mouse. I'm not going to give them any more of my money. But like now, since I've kind of gotten to a point where I'm just like, that's just one person's point of view. Like that's JJ's point of view about, you know, what he thinks that story would be. Edge is my point of view. I prefer my point of view, but I mean, I can now sit and like if I were to go, if I didn't buy Rain's version of the film and I went and I bought the one that Disney is going to distribute, I could sit there and watch that and just pop in bits and pieces of what was in my head and be perfectly fine. So I guess I'm going to have to break down and get Disney Plus and start binge watching.
At least go and watch Coruscant Coach's Corner, and the episodes that me and Mike have done of it are we're talking about the Mandalorian. So it's not like a commentary, but we have it playing the first 1 or 2 we did apart from each other. I did at my house, he did at his house, and then there's 3 or 4 episodes that we did. I went to his house and we just watched 3 or 4 episodes and recorded it. And we have it playing in the background, but we're not doing commentary. We're talking about it. And yeah, it's not really like, I don't know. It's in between like us talking about what happened in a commentary, I guess. But it's kind of I don't know. People seem to like it. they you know, I've been told that it is.
Well, I mean, I think commentary is more like where you're analyzing it. It seems like you guys are kind of just giving like your opinions on things or what you enjoyed.
It's fun to watch.
Fun to watch.
Yeah, but and I mean, we're all, I have the that's what did it say? Holocron House? No, that's Coruscant Coach's Corner is me and Mike, and then I have the Holocron House, which is where I'm talking about books, and I just started that one too, and but I'm going through the visual dictionary with Rural Farm Boy right now, and we're actually going through it page by page, and talking about everything in there. And I have the book, he has the book, and I have the book on Kindle. So if you don't have a copy of the book, you can go through and while we're talking about it, it's up on screen for you.
I've been using People as my human visual dictionaries. I need to buy some books and like I'm pretty good with research. Like that's one of the things that like what I didn't know, I didn't just like make stuff up. Like I'm not gonna lie. Some of the planets that you've read about in the novelization, they're not canon. I made them up because I needed something else. I needed something different. And I couldn't just be like, oh, well, they're from Coruscant or they're from Naboo or, you know, something. I couldn't just stick something in there and make that person from that planet. So like if I have to make up a character and make up a name and make up a backstory for that character, I'm going to start completely fresh from the ground up. And I'm not going to be sticking people where, you know, somebody's going to go looking for them, you know, like in the books or something like that, and try to be like, well, I don't see anything about that character in this book. Where did that come from? I know how frustrating that is whenever somebody's saying, you know, Admiral Ozzel is from, you know, Yavin 4, and then you go to look for that character or look for any information on that character and you can't find it. I had to find information on like armor last night, and I at first like I hit up Rebel Scum. I was like, hey, do you know anything about this armor? Where can I find the answer for this? And then I ended up on Wikipedia, but like it's helped me out a lot, but legit, like they need to like recatalog some of that stuff because I had to go through 3 different subheadings and 6 different articles before I found the actual answer that I was looking for.
I mean, if you ever have a question, feel free to ask me. I kind of have, you know, an okay library. I don't know.
I will. Believe me, don't offer me an avenue, because dude, I'll text you I'll send you a DM at like 4:00 in the morning. Be like, I need to know what color this Wookiee spur is on this episode of, you know.
I mean, yeah, if you know, I mean, I have no problem doing that. I mean, all right. So a couple of weeks ago, I don't know, it could have been a month or so ago. Royal Farm Boy asked me a question, and it was, is Jango Fett a Mandalorian? Because technically he's not. If you ask Lucasfilm, he's not a Mandalorian. But in the 2003 visual dictionary, it says that his parents were killed and he was raised Mandalorian, which was never really meant anything, because you start going into like, I think that was the Attack of the Clones visual dictionary, but then you go to like the Revenge or the Sith dictionary, and it doesn't say is anymore. It just kind of changes it a little bit. T, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. You're welcome anytime. And then it changes a little bit, and then as you go on, it kind of like really changes a lot. And then the question was, well, if his parents were killed and he was raised by Mandalorians, according to the show Mandalorian, the TV show The Mandalorians, he would be a Mandalorian. Because
I was gonna say, isn't like a isn't the basis of anything like how you're raised? Isn't that like your heritage? Like it's whether it's an adopted heritage or not, isn't that what makes you who you are?
Well, yeah, but it didn't really come about until the being raised thing didn't really come about until The Mandalorian. Like, it was kind of iffy before, so it was like, no, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's not. And then when The Mandalorian came out, it's like, well, if you take what The Mandalorian says in the TV show, then he is. So I mean, I pulled out all these, like, I don't even know what video it was, but I mean, I had probably 20 books out. And just like, here, you guys, I looked in this book, and this one said this, and this book, and this one said this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And it's like, you know, and I spent probably 4 hours like going through all of them, or at least going through all of them and making notes and everything. And, you know, I could have just hit up Wikipedia. And then Charlie's, you know, so we kind of left it as, you know, well, you know, who really knows? Because it's kind of, it depends your interpretation of it. And then Charlie Skywalker's like, why didn't you just ask Matt Martin? And then he asked Matt Martin, and Matt Martin's like,
I have tweeted Edge at Matt Martin, and he has not responded once to me. So I don't think he'd answer a question. But like, if he did, like, I would legit just be like, okay, sweet. But
he answered. I've interacted with him before. I don't know if he will respond to, like, if you send him the tweet thread, or like send him once the novelization is done. I don't know if he'll respond to that. But if it's a Star Wars question that isn't like, that's like fans want to know, not, you know, people that hate to love Star Wars or love to hate Star Wars, whatever it was, like, he won't answer their questions.
I can see where that may have been. He may have been like, I don't know what this is, but
yeah,
it's got a claw in it, so I'm not going to touch it. But
so I don't know. But he when I forget what book it was, it was like 4:00 in the morning the one day, and Yoda Bauer was like, anybody want to talk Star Wars? And I was like, she's like, I have something I want to talk about. I was like, oh, what do you want to talk about? And I forget what book it was. It was one of the new ones that came out for Galaxy's Edge, and it was right before.
Was it the Poe Dameron one?
No, before that.
I think the one that came out before that was I think it was some of the backstory on Leia, because those were the only two that, like, I'd seen. I live in a very small town. The only place we find books, if you don't want to go all the way to Murfreesboro or Nashville, is at Walmart, and Walmart does not have a very good literary section. So that's pretty much the only two I've seen anywhere near where I live. I wish I lived next to a Barnes and Noble. I'd be broke, but I'd be so happy. I'd have so many books.
Amazon used books. That's where I get the majority of mine from. And a lot of them, it's more expensive to have them shipped than to buy them. Those are like, I have probably 100 books on my list. And I just wait till they're really cheap. And, you know, sometimes it's $15 and $15 for months and months and months. Then all of a sudden you see it go down like one for $3, you know, because they have one book that's $3, and I buy it if it's in decent condition.
I may have to check into that, because I think part of my problem why my library is not as extensive as it could be is because some of the stuff that I want is very expensive, but also because I tend to be kind of like, I want it in pristine order. I don't want anybody to have written in it. It's, you know, if it's a first edition, I'll pay the extra money. I've got so many first edition books that, like, I'm sorry, I can't stop touching my head. It's like, it's still, I'm getting used to it. It's very, very different. I was joking with James. I was like, so now we can't make fun of Andrew about his hair, because technically he has more hair than I do. But
yours is by choice, though.
Huh?
Yours is by choice.
Yeah, because like it, I don't know if you can tell, but like it's all gone, literally, like legit. But it was just, it's getting hot. And I just couldn't sit in bed at 2 a.m. and just be like, ooh, Pals has a good website. Use books too. Thank you, Ian. Am I talking too loud? I feel like I'm shouting at you.
Oh, that time you shouted at Ian, but that's fine.
I just don't want to, like, I keep telling the guys, like, I'm scared I'm going to bust somebody's eardrums. I don't have a very, I don't have a very good internal volume control. I'll start talking and get really excited, and then it's literally like I could be screaming at you from across like 10 feet of space, which would be proper right now because of COVID-19. But I mean, I kind of, I don't know. I was going somewhere. Where was I going? I lost myself. My caffeine's dwindling.
Do you yell at people?
Oh, yeah.
Books. You like them pristine?
Yes, I do. I've got like, I've been primarily buying, I'm a history snob. Like I've gotten to where like I buy a lot of like just completely biographies, nonfiction. I love reading things. I love watching documentaries. I like learning stuff, but like doing research, like for Edge has been amazing because I've learned all sorts of new stuff. Like back whenever I got into Star Wars really big with the originals, I taught myself how to speak Wookiee because I wanted to know what Chewie was saying, because every time you hit the subtitles, all you get is roar or growl or something like that. It's like, no, dude, come on, tell me what it means. Like, I want to know what he's saying, because you get one half of a conversation with a Wookiee. And then you get people like Finn who are like, I have no idea what he's saying. And then somebody ends up the entire movie, like, kind of sort of translating, but it's always like colored from their perspective. So I was like, this can't be that hard to learn. Like, people learn Elvish, people learn Dothraki. Like, why can't I learn Wookiee? I can sit and watch, Star Wars and know exactly what Chewie's saying. And no.
Where did you learn Sherwook or Shriwook?
There was a book I found on it. Like at one point, it was like, this has been some time ago. I'm not gonna lie. It was at a bookstore that was actually near us at Hastings. And I told my friend who actually worked in the book department to keep an eye out for it. I cannot remember the title of it. So, I mean, but I know it was in book form because they had everything broke down for you. I know now that they've got like apps and stuff like that will translate everything for you. But like, it was a really interesting read. I'm going to have to look it back up and ask her where it can be found, because it was something worth having. I don't have it anymore because my ex kept it. It's where a lot of my Star Wars things, but I'm even trade. I stole his Firefly season, his Firefly box set, and he stole my books. So kind of a fair trade. Wookiee book for Firefly.
Yeah, when I lived down south, when I lived down south, all my Star Wars stuff I up in the fireplace one day. So,
in the fireplace?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because that way I can't. Huh? That was a long time ago.
Oh God.
That's a story for another day.
Did you burn it, or somebody else?
Somebody else burnt. Somebody else burnt it.
Oh Lord.
But yeah, it's a story for another day.
I would legit need bail money if somebody burnt my Star Wars stuff. I would just be like, you could have burned the clothes. You could have set my car on fire. Why? Why the Star Wars stuff? Like, legit. That I'd rather have somebody like cut an arm off than, oh Lord, if somebody touched any of my DVDs, I don't even let my friend's daughter, who wants to watch the entire season, I keep promising her on May 4th I'll go out and watch it with her, but I will not let anybody touch my discs or anything else, my books. Those are my babies. Oh, your fur baby's awake.
Yeah, she's been laying in my arms this whole time.
What is your dog's name again? I forgot.
Delilah.
Oh, that's sweet. Mine's Stella J. McPuddles. The name is very explanatory.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a very long name.
Well, I don't know. I honest to God, her name is just Stella, but we took her to the vet one day and she was irritating me, and I don't know why or how, but I ended up calling her Stella Jane. And then they asked me to fill out the paperwork, and I was just like, I'm going to be devious. I'm going to write something ridiculous on here. So whenever they call for her to come back, they actually have to say the name McPuddles. So That's why it's Stella J. McPuddles, because I wrote it on her vet form, and now every time we take her, they have to literally call Stella J. McPuddles back to the vet's office. I'm easily abused.
Now, are you into Clone Wars?
I've seen the first season of Clone Wars. I'm really bad. I keep telling people that I'm so historically sorry. I need to catch up, but like I've been just kind of nose deep in Edge. Like I'll come up for air and do research, but that's pretty much all I've been able to do. Like it drives me crazy with Rebel Scub some days because they're talking about stuff and I'm just like, I have no idea what's going on. No idea.
Yeah, well, okay. So after you finish this book, you need to just take some time to yourself before you write any more books and get the Mandalorian. I mean, you can do the Mandalorian, but catch up on Clone Wars. It sounds like a lot, but if you watch 3 episodes, it's an hour. You have it done in a month.
I can sit and watch. Like I'm a woman that literally on May 4th, the whole day's planned out. Like I get the big TV and it's Fanboys, and then it's Solo, and then it's Rogue One, and then it's all the original, all the prequels, and all of the bonus features, and all of the documentaries. It's a legit all day thing. Like I sit in a chair and I don't move.
Well, I was coming home from work when they released the digital of The Rise of Skywalker, and I came home and I watched all the extras and the documentary, and then started watching the movie. And my girlfriend came home from work then, and I turned it off. And then the next day, I think I was off, and I think she had to go to work because they were getting ready. They were getting ready to close up pretty soon because of the virus.
Where are you?
So New York City.
You're in New York?
Yep.
Sweet. I'll trade places with you any day.
Whenever you want to come visit, let me know.
Legit, I would love to go back to New York. I'd love to go back to New York and not get lost. I'd love to see some place other than Brooklyn. Well, Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn, because I'm pretty sure the Airbnb I stayed in was it wasn't safe. I don't want to say what I think it was, but it was very shady. But I did meet like 2 or 3 people who managed to help me get food and cigarettes at the time when I was smoking and not get, dead in a ditch somewhere. But it was a lot of walking. I killed some Converse All-Stars in 3 days, but it was awesome. Like, I love it. I almost ended up going to Jersey by accident because I got on the wrong train. And then when I saw the water, I was like, I'm going somewhere that I'm going to get lost in New Jersey. Like, I don't know where anything is. Help me. I was literally like trying to Google where the secret stash was because I was like, if I find Kevin Smith's people, they'll help me. They're fanboys too. They'll get me back where I need to be. They'll take pity on my stupidity.
Yeah, it's fun. I call it stupid New York shit when people come to visit and they want to go to Times Square, they want to go here or there. It's like, picture hating going shopping and going to a shopping mall on Christmas Eve, and like your feelings that you get of that's what Times Square is for anybody that lives in New York. Like you don't go to Times Square unless you have to, and there's no reason to ever have to.
The only 2 places I wanted to go was I wanted to go to the library because I love books. I wanted to go to the library, and then I wanted to go to Writer's Walk in Central Park. But by the time I would leave the Javits Center every day, and after I got lost, I was kind of like being alone in the dark and like the park, probably not a good thing. Like, just we'll wait on that.
Probably not the best idea.
Yeah, I've seen that Law and Order. It didn't go well. Like, they find so many dead bodies in Central Park. I was just like, can we pick a different location? You're kind of ruining that for me.
Ian said the 4D theater in Times Square. Yeah, that's a reason to go there.
It's a theater? Does it like, what is it? Is it like Broadway theater, or is it like film?
It's a movie. Like, you know how you have 3D, like a 3D movie, 4D. You the seats spray with water or mist if there's water or it's raining. The seats move around like a ride. There's smells. Yeah, not all the movies have them, but some of them do.
Awesome.
I saw Solo like that. That was amazing. I think I saw. I don't remember what I saw. I saw something with Ian. I don't remember what I saw with Ian in 4D. I've seen a couple things. Hopefully, Top Gun 2 comes out this summer. Well, when it comes out, I think that would be fun to see in 4D.
I kind of like
Oh, Captain Marvel. We saw Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel, I could take or leave. Like, there was the thing about Brie Larson being Mara Jane, and I was just like, no, like, please don't do that to us. Like, it just, no. Like, I understand that, like, some characters are right for certain actors and certain people. Like, I can't envision anybody else playing Kylo Ren. I can't really pick anybody else that I would rather have as Rey or anything else. But, like, reading some of the stuff I was able to research and look up on Mara Jade, and like kind of get into the headspace of what the character would be, like, that ain't Brie Larson. Like, it's just not. She doesn't have like, I don't buy her as somebody who could go that dark. And from what I understand, she was pretty dark to begin with. So, I mean, if you can't emote on that level or can't connect to some form of, trauma to dig into that story, like, just don't touch it, because you won't be able to do it. I know that may make me sound horrible, but I just think some people that get pegged for certain roles, like, I don't think they ever should have touched them. Like, I think, honest to God, like, Rogue One, they hit a sweet spot, like, with their casting. Like, it was straight up just knocked it out of the park. But, like, I want to see more about, like, Baze, and I want to see more Chirrut Imwe. I love me some Donnie Yen. Donnie Yen is amazing. I was pissed they didn't give that man a lightsaber. I was like, come on. He needs a lightsaber. Like, he's got the badass, like, kung fu stuff. Just give him a lightsaber. I mean, you let Obi-Wan freaking, like, karate kick Jango Fett. Just give him a lightsaber, for crying out loud. Like, it would have been wicked awesome at the end, to see him just whip it out. I mean, they still killed him, but I mean, it still would have been awesome. Like,
well, that's like you were saying. You were saying how they knocked it out with that cast, and you weren't with the sequel trilogy cast, like, you weren't really too fond of like the way that they moved him around and things, but that's like George has said, he didn't cast actors to play the roles. He cast groups to play the roles. So that's why he tried a bunch of the actors with different people and saw what actually fit together. And that's why the original trilogy is so good, because of the way that the actors were with each other.
I mean, I've had people ask me what, because I love Carrie Fisher and I love Leia. Like, in my opinion, what do I think Leia would think, or Carrie would think of The Rise of Skywalker? Personally, I think Leia would be very, very disappointed, because I don't think that she would have, like, I mean, the storyline was she quit training to be a Jedi to protect Ben. So I don't think she would have been okay with Ben dying, even if it was to save Rey. I don't think she would have been all right with that. But I mean, Carrie, I can't speak for Carrie, because I've never met the woman. I never even sent the woman a fan letter, because I was so horrifically frightened of either not getting a response or getting something back that would crush that. Like, I'm that kind of person. I'm very like, if it's going to ruin the thing in my head, I won't touch it. I'll be happy with what's in my head instead of taking a step to try to get something better. But then on the other hand, I don't mind tweeting, 1,000 long tweet thread at Mark Hamill 40 times a day, just being like, look at it, look at it, look at it, please, please, please look at it. But I mean, he never did. Like, that's one of the things that kind of got me a little frustrated with Mark, because I was like, dude, like, you're liking dog videos left and right. I am like paying you homage here, sir. Pay attention. Like, I am like seriously like Skywalker, but I mean, no love. Nathan Hamill gave me love. He gave me three or 4 days in a row. But yeah, that Kevin Smith tweet, oh my God, dude, like my brain exploded. Like when I said like I legit was crying, I was. Like Kevin Smith is literally like almost the ultimate fanboy. Like dude got married at Skywalker Ranch. He knows everything about like anything Star Wars, Batman, or Marvel. Like Silent Bob's where it's at, man. Like you gotta pay homage to the knowledge and the respect that he shows for it. But like when that happened, I wasn't even aware of it. But then I looked down and I was just like, oh my God. And I just like started screaming. And of course, everybody in my family is just like, what the heck is wrong with you? Why are you screaming? It's something on the internet. It makes no sense, no difference. I was like, no, it does make a difference. I literally had just been watching an evening with Kevin Smith, and like that just popped in my head, and I was like, like I'm gonna do this. It's not gonna get seen, but I did it, and it just happened to be like he saw it, and he was just like, hey, they mentioned me and my friend, and they know where that's from. Like, and I was just like, I'm glad I got out of bed. This makes my day. I'm so happy. Edge is over 200 views, and now Kevin Smith gave me a heart. I'm happy.
Yeah, so it was that Mark Hamill like used to interact, I guess, with people on Twitter often, and he stopped because people are assholes. But I had tweeted something and he liked it, and I responded to him, and he actually responded back to me, and like we went back, like I think he liked it and then like responded twice, and then that was it. And I'm fucking talking to Mark Hamill, everybody. Like I went to where I was like, oh my God. And it's like, but like it wasn't like deep conversation. It was like, one word. Like he used to, that piece of shit Mike Zero, on his channel used to have, like when Mark Hamill used to tweet back like a conversation they had or whatever. He had that on there to show how he was a Star Wars fan and not really a piece of shit that he is. But he, but now like when he responds to people, it's like 1 or 2 word answers. So that's
like if he would like, I legitimately took out just pieces of the Twitter thread that like were just about like Han and Leia or Luke and Leia or about the original cast, like just took out particular moments and tweeted that at him. And that was one of the ones that Nathan Hamill liked, where I had just sectioned it off and sent it to Mark, and he didn't like it. But then Nathan Hamill did, and it was one of the ones that had Edge in it. I was just like, oh, dude, like he saw it. Like he may not have read it, but he saw it. So that's good enough. And then he would retweet that. He would re-like that and re-like that. And that, like, he liked 5 or 6 things of mine in one day. And like, that was like, I was screaming 24/7 that day. I was just like, he did it again. I was like, oh my God, like, this is legit. Like I was sending DMs to Katie and Janet, just like, dude, look, he did it again. But then when I got the one from, like, I'm a huge Sam Witwer fan. Like, I absolutely love Being Human and like all the stuff that he's done. Like, I love that man. He's incredible. So like him actually liking a tweet with Edge in it, that sparked my day. Like it legit was like nobody ever like that really sees anything hardly anymore on Twitter, because they're so inundated with, everything like me, I'm over here, or somebody saying something that, would have just been better if they just kept it in their brain instead of spitting it out and causing a stir. I've never understood the whole like spitting stuff out to get interest or get somebody to pay attention to you. Like if it causes more harm than good, then why bother? Like it's not there. That's not something that legitimately needs to be said. Then don't say it.
All right. So, anybody else want to hop in here? We'll talk a little bit of Star Wars news. We got anyone? Just hop in. Let me know when you want to. All right. So you didn't watch the Clone Wars.
Nope. Like I said, I know I'm behind, and I don't make any kind of.
There's so much stuff, and I try and keep up with everything, but I can't. I don't do the comics. I try to. I can't. It's just too much. I
need to get in on the comics, not necessarily just because I enjoy comics, but not just because I enjoy them, but because over the next couple of months, once it starts to get kind of warm and I'm not writing as much, and we don't have the plague creeping across the country, I took on a deal with my friend that her father has a massive accruement of comics that have been sitting and haven't been properly cataloged, and I offered to go through them and properly catalog them for him. So, and like go by the content, go by what condition they are and that sort of thing. But like that's I need to know some of these things. So if I run across some gold, I can kind of hold it back and be like, this will pay for your kid to go to college. Hang on to this one. But I mean, like that, like I've never met Kevin, but I did. There's a person like, and I recommend everybody go like check him out. Cystic One on Twitter. He's a really amazing person, but he's also a really huge Star Wars fan. So like his content isn't necessarily just Star Wars, but Morgan's awesome. He's really funny. Just like he's great. But he did a toy drive. I think it was 2 Christmases ago, and he lives in North Carolina. I live in Tennessee. I started calling anybody and everybody I could think of to see if I could get donations for this toy drive. And amazingly enough, the Secret Stash in New Jersey sent down, I think it was like 3 boxes of comics for the kids in the cystic fibrosis wing of the Levine's Children's Hospital in North Carolina. So like Kevin Smith has a heart, his company has a heart. So I'm 100% behind anybody who's willing to do something like that. That's, for kids.
Oh, you got somebody that wants to hop on and say hello to you.
Okay. Who's that be?
I bet you it's going to be, how do, Miss Rachel? Hang on, let's see.
Yep. I was going to say, it's got to be real.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing? How you doing, girl?
Pretty good. I need to get a drink.
Very good.
Get dry again.
Very good. I understand that.
Get a drink. Casey, if you want to hop on, I put the link in there. Just click on the link. Oh, and here comes Ian. Everybody's hopping in now. Casey, if you want to I put the link in there.
There's Ian. Yes.
Oh, and here comes
somebody else with the motive eyebrows.
Casey, if you want to put the link in there.
There's Ian.
All right, Ian.
Lord, I can hear myself on somebody else's computer. Oh,
Ian, hang on, Ian. I muted you. You need to watch through StreamYard and turn your volume down on
YouTube.
And close your volume down on YouTube.
Yep.
And turn your volume down on
YouTube.
And close. You got it now? All right. What's going on, Ian? Oh, and we have, everybody's coming in to say hello to you. And we have Casey.
Oh, my.
Hi. Wow.
Casey.
We need a woman in here. Can we get another woman in here? I'm surrounded by men. I'm the odd girl out.
You're the odd girl in.
No. Yes, odd girl in. Rightly said.
So everybody knows Real Farm Boy. And that's Ian. Ian's my real life friend who happens to be a Star Wars nerd too. And Casey, tell everybody who you are, Casey.
Hi, I'm one of the people from the Talking Sith podcast. I work in the entertainment industry in Hollywood. It's funny you guys were talking about Times Square because Hollywood out here is like the Times Square for Los Angeles. And I actually had to go put on a hat to match Condor here so we could be bearded, headsetted, hatted, glasses wearing guys. So.
Well, all right.
So mine's the only one.
I'm the only one without a hat, but I think my haircut kind of serves pretty well.
You got the new dude.
You don't need a hat, Miss Rachel. You got the new haircut. You're doing good.
Yeah, Rule told me that if I got all my hair cut off, he was going to unfollow me. So as soon as I was like, I didn't cut it off.
I would never, sister. You're my sister. Never unfollow you. Never. Not happening.
Darth Kylo? Wow, everybody's got hats. I need to go buy hats.
Hey, wait, you're not the only girl in the tank.
No.
Yeah, my wife just walked by too. She was like a half second.
Your current wife?
Wow. There are a lot of people here.
Yeah, my current wife.
Current wife. Oh, you better let her hear that.
She heard it during our podcast yesterday, and I was in trouble for sure.
Yeah, he was. When I was saying how like I'm, everyone else is doing a lot of streaming, and I should be doing a lot of streaming too, or more content or whatever. Even though it's hard for me because I'm still working and I haven't really changed anything in my life or like that. But now like my girlfriend's home, so she's at home all day, and then I come home and she, I'm the only human contact she had, so she actually wants to spend time with me. And it's
Where's Danny? Where's Danny? Get her in there.
She won't.
No, Danny's off to bed now.
It's
It's only 9:30.
10:30.
This coming from a woman who drinks 12 cups of coffee a day, though. So I don't really hold somebody else to my standards. Like, I legit stay awake. I've got stuff to do. I can't go to bed. I have insomnia.
Yeah, but they were. He went to say, I believe Casey, right? He meant to say my girlfriend, currently my wife.
Yeah,
but instead it just came out my current wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard current wife, and I was like,
yeah,
betrayed.
Yeah. No, it was a rough 15 minutes there, but she understood. I think. I don't know. Maybe she's still mad.
So
I'm sure she's still mad.
Miss Rachel, I just
about
want
15 minutes, and then we get over things.
Miss Rachel, I want to let you know, as you carry on with your writing of Edge of Hope, and you're looking for the finer points of stories and some of them things to be told for what you want to go and say about how to explain things, hit me up or ask Michael, or maybe even also Kylo Customs about the finer points of stories and the details that you want to tell, and you don't know how to go and do that, but you want to hit them finer points. Ask.
I definitely will, because apparently now after I write the trilogy, I'm going to have to write a second sister story. So now I'm definitely going to need some help because I know nothing about that.
Yep.
Gotta play.
We got your back, girl. Your friends will pick you up. Ask for help. We got your back, girl. We'll help you out.
See, this is why I love Star Wars.
This is why we love our Star Wars family, as you say.
I've actually heard quite a few people start saying Star Wars family instead of fandom, and it makes me feel very happy because I'm just like, yes, we're changing it.
You started it. And it goes after that.
I don't know if I can claim to be the emphasis for all that, but I'll claim some of the credit. I don't know if I can be like, I started it.
We're still all in this together. This is what we do. This is the way.
Yep.
Right,
So
Casey?
This is the way.
This is the way.
Absolutely. I mean,
because World Farm Boy has spoken.
Yep.
yeah, I mean that's kind of what happens at Celebration too. I remember, so we were there in Chicago, and we were like, my friend group was lucky enough to win the lottery to get into the main episode 9 panel, and we had semi decent seats. And what I didn't realize is one of the tickets was for my 2-year-old daughter who wasn't gonna go. And we ended up meeting this like 15-year-old girl outside who was hoping to get in. She was only there for that day. Like her and her dad flew in, and my buddy Josh Roach, another guy from the Talking Sith podcast. Before it
Yep.
started, we realized we had an
There
extra
he is.
seat, and he ran outside and tracked her down and brought her in, and it seemed like the best thing for life. But it was
That's
hilarious.
awesome.
It was hilarious though because she was out there with her dad and my friend. Like we're all
She
in our
just left her
30s.
dad.
Yeah, we're just like, come with me, a strange man, and he's just like, go, and
Oh, let her go.
yeah, we brought her back safely, and she had a blast. She was crying during the trailer.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
She's really nice.
it was a good time.
See, I can definitely relate to that. Like there were moments where I've only ever been to the New York City Con in 2012, but there were moments where I was just walking through and just looking around at the first couple of days I only saw like 2 or 3. Like I'd see somebody in a rebel kind of flight suit. I'd seen a couple of the stormtroopers, but like the last day was when all of the Jedis and like the Sith Lords showed up. So like there were a lot more. I was just literally like walking up to the Javits Center, like, this is my people. My people have finally arrived. But throughout the entire thing, there were guys, like there were so many Batman. It was insane. So many Batman. And there were so many kids dressed as varying different degrees of Robin that I was waiting to get brought in, and there was a lady sitting there fixing her kid's costume, and kid couldn't have been older than like 5, and like Batman walked in and he was dressed as Robin, and he wanted so bad to get a picture, and she was like, well, I don't know, we'll go ask. If he says no, then it's no, but we got to go ask. And dude stood there for like 30 minutes taking pictures with that kid, doing, different poses with him, battling against him. I was just like, this is why this is the best place. Like, this is it. Like, I would rather be, a part of like the geek nerd squad than I would be anything else. Like, this is where this is just where it's at. Like, you'll meet people that you can like hang on to for forever.
Yeah, it's like a weird time. It's one of those. It's where it's cool now, right? Like everyone's kind of hopping on the train, and that's one of the cool things about the internet too, is that it allows people who are like-minded to get together and meet each other, and then when you go to these cons, like I'm sure if Star Wars Celebration ends up happening this year, remains to be seen, I guess. Like we'll probably see some of you there. You know what I mean? Try and
I
meet
can't
up at least for
afford
a
to.
drink.
If I could, I'd love to go.
So what's Ian got
When
to
was
say?
this
I'm thinking Ian's got something to lend to this. Ian, step in here,
Oh,
buddy. What you got?
No, I've never been to a celebration. It always fascinated me. And I know Michael's been to at least 2. How many?
1.
Mm-hmm.
1? Okay. And it sounds awesome. But why would a Batman be at Star Wars Celebration, or was that Comic-Con?
It was just at New York City Comic Con. It was yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm very wary of crowds. I don't like being in crowds, so I avoid those things. I don't go to car shows anymore. I'm really into cars too, as Michael can attest to. And I don't know. But yeah, I'd love to go to one of those. I'd go to Celebration. My interest is piqued. And yeah.
Well, I mean, they had the one in Chicago, so I'm thinking that whether this one happens or not, I'm still thinking it's going to happen. I don't know if it's more of hope or not that it's going to happen, but maybe it'll be 2002 in a
22.
foreign country because they haven't been to Europe in a while. And it's really not that much more. If you look at like flights to England or flights to Europe, it's really not that much more expensive than it is for me to fly from New York to California.
Well, right
You know,
now everything's dirt cheap. You can fly to New Orleans from New York to New Orleans and back for $40.
Yeah, I'm not talking about right. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about in normal times. But
okay, normal times.
Whatever.
Yeah, I ain't been over to Europe since 2016.
Ow.
So Australia would be nice. Except I don't think they would do that because it's too far. Yeah, like Ian's, it's too far. You know, the Australians want to come here. Who cares if they waste a day? If we go to Australia, we don't want to waste a day. So, you know, and they know that.
Have they put the fire out yet in Australia? Because it was kind of like we were all worried about it being on fire, and then COVID-19 showed up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, they put it out a while. Well, the majority of it, I believe. It's out. I'm pretty sure.
I try to stay away from the news. Like I catch everything
over to
like
Europe since 2016.
But I think they did Chicago, and they saw that people will go to Chicago in April, and they have the same weather as New York City. So there's no reason they couldn't do or wouldn't do in New York City.
Yep.
And the Javits Center is big enough that it could handle it, and there's enough hotels around and Airbnbs that they could do it. And
be careful with Airbnbs. I've already told you that they are sketchy.
And did you hear her Airbnb was on Flatbush?
Oh man,
Flatbush.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was out in Flatbush, and one half of the street was Crips, the other half was Bloods. About 45 minutes after getting there, I heard gunshots, and I actually called the police and was like, "I need to leave. I don't need to be here." Nobody showed up.
Well, ask Michael or me next time what neighborhoods are good. So, yeah.
Well, see, I was following Dan's advice. I asked him, I was like, "So where should I try to stay?" Like, I want to say I came in through LaGuardia, and I was like, I want to stay someplace close to that. That way, whenever I hit the last day, I can find a hotel next to it that has a shuttle. And he was like, "Go to Brooklyn. Stay out of the Bronx. Stay away from Queens. Go to Brooklyn."
Yeah,
so
but Brooklyn's big. It's got a lot of neighborhoods. North and south,
two subway stops away from me is kind of sketchy. And you take a different train a couple stops the other way. It just depends on and then 2 stops away from me is kind of sketchy, but you go another 2 after that, it's really nice. So it just depends on exactly where you are.
This is supposed to be near some sort of botanical gardens. I never got to see the gardens. I got lost, and then like somebody was kind enough to like walk me down the street, but it also advised me to not wear the color blue whenever I walk down that side of the street. But it was one lady that had cut a brownstone in half and was renting it out, and I wasn't going to stay another day, and she tried to hold me up for it. And while she was doing that, I was on the phone with Airbnb, and then like 10 other guys showed up out of nowhere screaming at me, and I was just kind of like, I'm ready to go now.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Especially when you're the only person left in the Airbnb. If it hadn't been for this German dude that showed up last minute, like I would have legit been up the spout. Like he helped me get all my suitcases down, get in another taxi, and get out of there. But I was just like, this is ridiculous. The Canadians have left, and it's madness.
Madness, I say.
Okay. Oh, Parsecs left.
Michael, I said everything and asked everything I wanted to ask of Miss Rachel, so I'm going to go step back into the YouTube chat room and keep an eye on that. And Miss Rachel, I hope to see you for, if not breakfast with Rebel Scum tomorrow morning, definitely lunchtime.
Definitely lunch. I always do lunch, and I always do the evenings. I got to keep Charlie on his toes. Well, Charlie's red now. Apparently, Reds forgot we were working together, so now he's upset with me.
Be ready for some Star Wars trivia, because James got many a Star Wars card to talk Star Wars trivia, and I'm ready for trivia at lunchtime.
I know you like the only thing I can say is I was the first out of the gate. I can't say that my answer was always right, but I was the first one.
Yes, ma'am. See you for
But that
lunchtime,
made
Miss
me-
Rachel.
All right.
I didn't see it sometimes. That's why like I kept trying to like point at him. I was like, guys, up. It's up there. I got first.
Anthony, I still don't know if I'm working or not tomorrow. I'm kind of on call for the next couple days until Thursday, but
Okay.
I'll hit you up. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a Holocron House and do some reading. Get
Say
some
when.
pages of that.
And Kylo,
Kylo,
and Casey, and Ian. Glad to be here with you and friends. Hope to see you in another live chat. And
Bye,
We'll
Will.
see you.
I'll see you tomorrow.
take a look.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Take a look at Rebel Scum. We'll meet there.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. May the force be with all of his friends.
And also with
May the
you.
force be with you.
Also with you.
That's wow, very philosophical and true at the same time.
Casey, did you watch Clone Wars?
The latest episode, no, but I'm caught up. Besides the last episode that came out.
Okay. Well,
Can I ask any of them? Have any of you guys read the thing that I wrote on Twitter?
I was just now.
Oh well, no. I've been like the Twitter thread's over with. It's over. Like I've already posted it. It's full. But the novelization's on Wattpad. I was just curious to see if any of you guys were reading it.
I had just pulled it up before I'd pulled it up probably an hour ago during the stream, and started going through it a little bit. But I wanted to pay attention to what you were saying and stuff like that, so I did not start reading anything yet.
Well, I was gonna say, like, what was your your thing about the crawl? Did you like the crawl? Was my crawl good enough?
Let me pull it up again. It was I enjoyed it. Like I and that was part of like the question that I asked, and what you had said too is like you kind of write as if you're watching things, and having that context kind of going into it is important. It's kind of like the book like Dooku Jedi Lost. You know what I mean? It's kind of written as like almost like a play. If I don't know if you're familiar with
Never
that.
heard of it.
So it definitely puts things into context. But I'm gonna take some time tonight and tomorrow to try and knock out your book. So next time I speak to you, I will be a little bit more versed in.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to look at it. I don't want to spoil it for everybody, so that's why like I try to hold back. But like I'm dying to hear and like talk about it because I get excited, not just because it's something I wrote, but because it's something that like I've had people that have read the thread that have now started reading the novelization that have told me that like they really enjoyed the thread, but now that they're getting a little bit more detail. Hi, Ian. Are you okay?
That's interesting.
You look sleepy.
Okay. I am sleepy. All right. Good night, guys.
Night, Ian.
Bye.
Have a good one.
oh, Ian, you're leaving? Oh, I guess so. Okay.
Yep. He's kind. I did I did like the like kind of how it's almost I guess the closest thing I can reference to is almost kind of like Deadpool-y. It's like where you say like like bring it home, John Williams.
Yeah.
That got a chuckle out of me, and that's something that you can imagine in your head too. You know what I mean? So, I do like the context of how you're writing it for sure. I just have to sit down and do it after my kid goes to bed tonight, probably.
Oh, you've got a kid? How old?
She will be 3 in October. She's 2.5. Yeah.
So she's right. She's right at the very cusp of getting out of the terrible twos.
I mean, she's never really been bad. She definitely has a personality of her own, and she continues to push boundaries all the time.
You're lucky.
And also they come up with new words and things to say, like almost daily, if not weekly, and how she conveys things. So it's interesting watching them grow. She's definitely a force to be reckoned with, though. I will say that.
Yeah. My friend Danielle has twin 2-year-old boys. So
Oof.
like from the minute they came home until like I still go out there and help out and watch them, and like it's a different thing with boys. I babysat her daughter for like almost 3 years, like a live-in nanny type situation. But like there's a world of difference between both of them because they're not identical twins, they're fraternal. But like I love kind of sitting there watching them kind of develop. And yeah, they do come up with different words where you're just kind of sitting there like trying to decipher an alien language.
Quick. It's quick too, and you have to be careful about what you say. Like she's repeating a lot of things that I say. We're still in like the stay at home stuff out here in Los Angeles, and we had like a family tickle fight the other day, and my wife is like 4'11". She's tiny, and I'm 6 foot tall. So I was tickling my wife, and she was trying to attack me and couldn't get to me. And I told my wife, I was like, your baby arms can't reach me. And like 10 minutes later, my daughter's like doing a tickle attack on my wife, and she says to my wife, your baby arms can't catch me. So
By her own child.
Yeah, you just got to be careful. I'd like to have another girl though. My wife's been begging me for another child for like a year and a half. So
No more kids. All right, well, whatever. I'm a kid.
How many do you have?
Huh?
I have a feeling you have one.
But he's already tired of me.
Aww.
I was an only child until I was 11, and I remember when my mom told me that she was pregnant, I didn't even say anything. I was so pissed. I turned around and just walked away, said nothing. But then it was me. I was always a night owl. I would always stay up and it's like 2 or 3 in the morning, even when I was young. Like I never went to sleep early, and like I would be the one who would like change my sister and like get her the bottle during the night until I went to bed and my parents could sleep. I don't even know if they appreciated it at the time, or even now, but I did it, and it was good practice for being a dad.
My sister was my 1-year-old birthday party or birthday present. She was born a year after me.
Oh, there you go.
Parents took celebration to a little bit different level. I'm still looking for the receipt. I'd love to return it. But it's just kind of one of those things. Like, it's just different personalities. But I mean, I've always been a little bit more kind of extroverted, where she's a little more introverted.
Gotcha.
I've gotten a little bit more selective with people, but pretty much like I can tell kind of right off the bat if I kind of jive with somebody or I don't. So it's kind of just learning. But I would have loved to have had a brother. That's one thing that like I think I've missed out on. Like, but I'm getting it in spades by joining the Star Wars family, because now I've got nothing but brothers and sisters.
You see, I'm surrounded by women in my life, so this is.
Oh my!
The exact opposite.
Tell him he needs to have a boy. I need a brother. That's it. Just a brother.
But you said no more kids, and now you want a brother.
Yeah. Well, I've always wanted a brother. I have 2 half siblings, and they're horrible. But they're both
wait till the best thing I can say is wait till you get a little bit older. I didn't like my even my step siblings until we all were adults and could actually have conversations. So once you get older, I think you'll probably appreciate them and like them a little bit more. And what if they try and instead of having a brother, they have like triplets? What are you gonna do then?
No. I'm
Hey, like my friend didn't bank on having twins, and when that happened, like it was a legit like oh shit moment. Like she came and told me, and I was just like, it's gonna be boys. I was like, you've got twins now, it's gonna be boys.
Twins run in my family, so I dodged the bullet. I'm trying to hide that from that bullet. I'm quite okay.
She may end up being lucky because twins actually skips a generation. It skipped my parents, and that's why I know what you're talking about.
Because it's like my mom was a twin, and then it skipped like my siblings, So she's the one.
She's the outlier.
You know, yeah.
But okay, like how many brothers and sisters do you have, or like aunts and uncles? I mean, like your parents. Like, how big is the family? Because I'm betting mine's bigger.
My mom's side, there's 7, and there's a set of twins in there.
That's my mom's side too.
4 or 5.
Yep.
Okay.
So I mean,
with like 12 on one side.
I have 51 cousins, first and second cousins off my mom's side alone. So I mean, we have a big ass family, and out of all of us, like my generation of like my cousins, none of us had twins. We all got kids, so that's why we're sitting and thinking that our kids are gonna be the ones that are gonna be popping off all the rounds of the twins.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what do you have?
Generation. Me?
What do you? Yeah.
My dad's one of 17 kids. My mom is one of 6, and every single one of them went in sequential order when they had their children. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. My dad's side of the family, literally at one point in time around where we live, like they owned pretty much all of the property at one point in time. My grandfather did. He immigrated from Ireland. Like he was born in like 1820 something and died in 1984 because he died the month before I was born. So I never got to meet him, but he married 3 times. He married one woman, had 10 kids, got married a second time. She couldn't have kids, got married to my grandmother and had 7. But then they had a set of twins that died at birth. So it would have been 19. And it is insane. Literally around here, like that's why it kind of drives me nuts that Brock can't pronounce my name, because I've never come across that. Everybody knows that it's Alfred instead of Alfred. He like tries to name me after Batman's butler. I'm like, dude, I'm not Alfred. I'd love to have Alfred's like his dental care, his medical bill, like everything must be taken care of. Alfred probably has a pretty sweet life. I mean, that would be awesome, but it's just not my last name.
Got it, Alfred.
Alfred. Roll the L's. Alfred. Like I keep telling him, like it drives me nuts.
That's Spanish that rolls. Irish people don't roll.
Yeah, my wife is originally from Mexico, and we're teaching our daughter Spanish. And the one thing that I have trouble with is the rolling R's. I always sound really stupid.
It's easy to like kind of like it's easy to mangle R's. I'm not gonna lie. Like whenever I was graduating, the guy that pronounced my name Alfred in front of everybody, I was just like, dude, I'm not coming up there. I'm not walking up there to get my diploma. Like I was like legit holding the line up, and then finally like I had one of the football guys shove me, so I was like, okay, I guess better go or I'm gonna end up with a broke leg.
It's a single L that confuses people. My last name gets pronounced correctly maybe 1 out of every 10 times people try to say it.
It's the South. The Southern accents mangle everything.
Alfred, yeah, I can see it. Miss Alfred.
Yeah, Miss Alfred. It's I don't understand why everybody's so enamored about the Southern accent. Like it's really. Well, I mean, it might be awesome in other parts of the South, but literally, like when you live in a small town where like everybody's uncle knows everybody's mom, uncles, you know, it's almost like sister wives down here. It's seriously scary in some parts. Oh, yeah. Very, you know, you got a purty mouth. It's very disturbing, but like it's so small. Like that's why I'm like New York. When I went to New York, I was like, there's culture here. There's different foods. There's stuff to do. There are different people. It's not all, you know, the same person I met 20 minutes ago at Walmart that knows my mom for like 10 years, that knows everybody's, you know, like I'd love to go somewhere where somebody didn't know who the heck I was, because it would be really nice to not have to sit there and talk about people that I haven't seen or been around in 20 years.
Yeah.
So, did anything happen in Star Wars this week? We got the rumor that came out today, but that's just a rumor.
What rumor was that? I don't know.
Jason
Guys,
Ward.
Rule, I see you. I see you, Rule. You're still there. He's in there and all for it. I see you.
That what the hell's her name? I can't think of her name right now.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis is in The Mandalorian too. But what Jason said is he said it's a rumor and it's just a complete rumor, but he knows that she was on set multiple times for The Mandalorian too. But he also said that the same place that she was seen on set, they're also filming Avatar 2. So she could be on there also. And you know, he prefaced it with, I have to say that this was a discussion in Rebel Scum about how accurate he is. Some people were saying 80. I said he's about 95% accurate because when he says this is what I was told, or this is what I've heard, he's triple checked it, or at least. Mm-hmm. He doesn't go with rumors until he's checked it multiple times. And like this one, he's said multiple times, it's just a rumor. It's just a rumor. But this is what I know is that she was there. Why was she there? It hasn't been confirmed that she's in it or anyone saw her acting or saw her doing it. It's just been confirmed that she was on set multiple times. So,
I would really like her. I could see her playing like a pretty badass character, or like you know what I mean? Has always played. She's kind of like she's almost kind of like an alternate to bring up Avatar, Sigourney Weaver. In terms of she can play like a really strong female character really well.
The sexy grandma.
She's mainly played that one role as a strong female. Like I think, and I don't even think like for the first couple of films she was actually able to like put some balls on her or anything. Like it wasn't until like Halloween H2O they even allowed her to like legit kick ass.
Yeah, well, she kind of did a little bit in True Lies, but she was terrified for the beginning portion of it. I guess I'm just looking at her as.
I mean, wouldn't you be terrified if you had to strip for Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Right.
Which I'm sure Chris Pratt's experienced.
Take your clothes off slower. I remember that scene. That scene. Oh man, that scene. I was young when I saw that scene.
Goodness. Yep. So was I. Enough said.
I wasn't young, but I wish I hadn't seen it. Like it scarred me in ways I can't even explain.
I like the scene.
I was young, but not young enough.
But yeah, I guess I was referring to her more as like because I watch a lot of like interviews and things like that, and just her look. She's got like that short salt and pepper grandma haircut, and how she conducts herself in interviews and things like that. Well,
I mean, who would you rather see? Who would you rather see come into The Mandalorian? Sigourney Weaver or Jamie Lee Curtis? Like, who do you think could actually pull the character off better? Because I mean,
it depends for what.
Yeah.
Well, like Sigourney Weaver did Alien, which I mean, like a lot of the Ridley Scott stuff, you kind of almost have to set off by itself because it really is its own type of thing. But like she might have a little bit more of an edge to her because she's played that character so well for so long. But then again, can she break out of it and actually assume the full character of another person to step into it?
She did that in Avatar as well. I mean, she was a scientist who didn't really take shit from anybody around her. You know what I mean? She was the one who was always talking shit, trying to help people. But I think both of them are capable, and I think both of them. I don't know. I like the look of Jamie Lee Curtis these days, and I think she'd be awesome, like opposite of Giancarlo Esposito. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah,
she could be Mrs. Gideon.
Yeah, I kind of dig that. Actually.
She's the one she's the one that wears the pants and the.
Oh yeah,
I think she could do it. I think I'd love to see Jamie Lee Curtis with Baby Yoda. I think that would be awesome.
That would be super cool. And
it would be grandbaby Yoda then.
Yeah. Grand Baby Yoda.
Freaky Friday with Baby Yoda, where Jamie Lee Curtis becomes Baby Yoda, and Baby Yoda becomes Jamie Lee Curtis.
There you go.
They'd almost be the same age. Baby Yoda's what, 50 or something like
Yeah,
that?
they're.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What do you mean, whoa? It's time.
I haven't seen it, Casey.
How fast the Earth goes around the sun. It's not a spoiler.
Oh no, I don't mind being spoiled. Like I've already said I've spoiled myself on The Rise of Skywalker, which was why like I was sitting there in the theater waiting for it to happen, and then like scared the crap out of like a group of 80-year-old people that were sitting there eating their Mark bars when that last I Am Rey Skywalker thing. Well, number one, I was pissed she buried Leia's saber. Like I don't own a saber. I've been waiting to find the exact one that I like, that I want more than anything and can't live without. And Leia's is definitely it. I love the copper on it and the way it looks. I'm like legit for my birthday. That's where a good portion of my money is going to be dropped.
But it had to be done because they needed a way for the babies that Kylo forced inside of her when. You know, when he touched her, so that when they're born and they grow up and they find the lightsabers she's pregnant. When that last scene, so you got to watch the movie again. That last scene,
it was right over the womb.
Are you serious?
Yes, look at it. Look at his hand placement. He put himself into her, which means.
And George Lucas has said several times that kissing in Star Wars is basically the equivalent of having sex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So she went and she buried those lightsabers, and you know they're gonna get dug back up. Episode 10.
And if you want to get really freaky, because you were there, we were talking about dyads, right, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So we were talking about dyads in our podcast, and one of the definitions of it was like they could like share the power of one, basically. Like, and she was able to transfer her lightsaber behind her back. Now, if you want to get really weird, who's to say that he couldn't just transfer his swimmers directly into where he wanted them to go? Oh God, I'm sorry, but that was.
It's just bad the way he first said it, that he forced.
But yeah, he does, like, you know, he used the force, you know. I mean, that's just the way I say things. He forced it, you know. But now, what if now?
Here who might be learning about Star Wars for the first time by watching this, and then it kind of doesn't sound good. There might be some people that don't understand the force, you know, because they're not as.
Like some people, that is a good point. Like it is somebody's point of view, so really it can't be discounted. Not necessarily my point of view, but it's somebody's. So yeah.
But now, what about instead of him impregnating her with the force? That's why I said forced. The baby's inside of her because he used the force to put him in. What if that was his essence going inside of her? So she's actually going to give birth to Ben Solo again, and he's just going to be Ben Skywalker.
What I can't figure out is where the heck the old lady with the space camel came from. Like legit, lady shows up out of nowhere. There's nobody there when she gets off the Falcon. She takes the little thing down.
And then the lady has no idea who the Skywalkers are, and she's right there at the
Lars. It's at the Lars farm. Like
right.
So she's automatically like
Skywalker is.
Because nobody's been there for 40 years.
Yeah, and was it well known that Luke lived there? Like, is that like a Tatooine legend or something like that?
It should have been infamous, seeing as it was where Anakin came from.
Yeah, Tatooine in general, I agree. But I mean, the Lars homestead just looks like a normal farm to.
But still, like she had no, like when Rey got off of the Falcon, did you see anybody within like 20 miles? Like even Darth Maul couldn't find that place. Like legit, like a Lord of the Sith couldn't even find the Lars plantation.
Well,
but I mean, some lady with a space camel automatically walks just right into frame. Like, who are you?
Well, no, but I mean, like, I think you could assume that some time passed. I mean, she did her call back to Force Awakens and did her little sand sled down into the bottom. I think that a reasonable person could assume that she probably walked through the place and checked out things for a while before she went back up top to bury the sabers. You know what I mean? It might have been she
Why
might
didn't
have
she
been down
bury
there
him
for a
down
while.
there? That's one of the things I didn't understand either. Like, why? Like that would have been an awesome moment. Like, take the sled down, look around, check everything out, and then bury him down there. Why bury him up top?
I don't have an answer for you.
Because she doesn't want her kids digging up her yard in the house.
And I mean, this would almost be kind of like a good time, like even so, like to go back to kind of reality. Let's say like she's not pregnant, but we saw like a Virgins of the Force with Anakin and stuff like that. I mean, who's to say that there won't be another one, whether it's good or bad, in the future that will, have
I'd like
to
to see. I'd like to
take
see a
into
Sith
consideration.
Virgins. That's what I'd like to see. I'd
That's
like
kind
to
of
see. Like, I think there's a lot more places to go story wise with a dark character, because you always do have the option of redemption or death. Those are like the two plot points. They can either be redeemed or they can die.
Yeah, I mean,
But
and
I think with the Sith, it'd be a lot more interesting.
you heard it with Snoke too. He said darkness, like something about darkness and
Darkness
darkness rises
rises
and
and
light
light
to
to
meet
meet
it.
it.
Yep, and now it's just Ray. So, and maybe Finn, I guess, depending on what theory you're looking into. I subscribe to the theory that that Finn is force sensitive. He could sense certain things when no one else could. You know what I mean? Maybe he's not as powerful.
I like the idea of that, because there was a moment in Phantom Menace where Obi-Wan's, I can't remember if it wasn't before Obi-Wan came and spoke to Padme. I think it was before she went to Mustafar to confront Anakin. You see her kind of crinkle in and start crying, but like he's already there. He's there killing all of the people on Mustafar. So I think since she was carrying Luke and Leia, that enabled her in some way to have some sort of connection with the Force. I mean, to me, it just seems like, if they're going to go the midichlorian route, where it's all living things are connected and, it connects us, binds us, penetrates us, like she's carrying twins that are Force sensitive. How can she not have some sort of ripple effect of that? That, in my opinion, makes her character a lot more interesting towards the end of that story.
Yeah, it's possible. The only thing is though, like when she gets to Mustafar, she's trying to convince Anakin to go, like, come back to Naboo and all those things, and doesn't really kind of realize the extent of how far he's fallen until he starts going into I can overthrow the Chancellor, we can rule the galaxy together, make things the way we want them to be, and things like that. And then she's like, that's the severance of the relationship to me right there for her. Maybe you're right, and she was trying to give him a chance, but it almost seemed like, at least the way it was portrayed, that she just didn't believe what Obi-Wan was saying and things like that, because Anakin had come to her first and told her, that the Jedi had betrayed the Senate and things like that. I don't know. That's interesting.
Well, let
So
me ask you guys this. I've asked James and the guys before, so let me ask you, what do you think about the idea of Obi-Wan and Anakin being a different form of a dyad? Do you think that's a possibility? Because George Lucas himself said that they were made as mirror images of themselves. But Anakin also was a little bit more even killed when he was kind of directly in contact with Obi.
Yeah, that's up until their last meeting. Yeah.
Yeah. In a big way.
But yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound outrageous to me. We were reading a little bit about it last night, and whether or not you assume Wikipedia is kind of the authority over certain things, and various other articles, they apparently, I don't think this is canon or not. Maybe it is, but a dyad hasn't been seen since before the High Republic, I think.
Yeah, it had been thousands of years.
But it's
Since they have them.
and that's a connection that Palpatine was trying to create with Anakin, but it didn't work. Obviously, he got his stuff chopped off real quick by Obi-Wan. But it's possible. I mean, I like the mirror thing, but I guess I would have to say I wouldn't go as far to say that they were a dyad, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think they were either. I mean, I think that they were close, but not in like completing each other. You know,
like
they didn't have each other at hello.
Yeah, the way I describe
well,
it,
I mean, I wasn't insinuating that. Like, I always thought that maybe that could be a possibility because they were kind of they each kind of completed versions of themselves. Where Anakin was a little bit more pragmatic and not really like stickler for the rules, like just the end justifies the means. Where Obi was more like, no, this is the way you do it. This is how we act. You follow the rules. Even with Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan was, not again, Master. You can't defy the Council again. It kind of seems like Anakin almost assumed a little bit of Qui-Gon's, the end justifies the means, but where he was a little more pragmatic and like that, Obi-Wan kept him on track. And the less and less interaction that Obi-Wan had with Anakin, where he was going off to do more things with the Emperor, it opened Anakin up to be seduced, which I think is just a weird word to use for an old man seducing a young man.
Yeah.
Just influence. Yeah. Use influence.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Like the way I'd kind of describe Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship is like if you were to look like if someone were to make just like two coins and they're supposed to be identical, but there was like a misprint or like the thing didn't quite strike right on the second coin and there was a little bit of an error. But I do agree with what you said about how once they diverged, Anakin slipped much faster than he would have probably naturally. And as far as being seduced, I mean that had been going on since since he was a boy. You know what I mean? And it's we talked about that last night too in Talking Sith. Seduced, maybe not the right word, but groomed. You know what I mean?
I wish they would show more of that. Like everybody kind of theorizes that Ben had kind of almost the same kind of situation happening with him from a young child, like especially not kind of going into training as young as he might have, like because we don't really know. I mean, as in the films wise, I'm sure they've touched on it in the comics or in books, but I mean, like film wise, we don't get to see that. I think that would be really interesting to see on film.
Oh yeah, I mean that'd be great. I mean there is the Kylo comic, and even when Kylo was a young boy, like Snoke was in his head, the entire time. But you really need to watch Clone Wars to get some more Obi-Wan info because there's a lot of good stuff that might.
Oh, believe me, I found some stuff whenever I was researching Edge that like I'm legit like I really want to start watching it, and like I've already called Verizon and been like, look, I just want to make sure this is still good. But I know I have a whole year of free streaming with Disney Plus. So in the next couple of months, be expecting my phone call to turn that on.
Yeah, no, it's worth it. I tried to watch it when I was in college, and this was 10 years ago. And I downloaded the first two seasons on my little iPod thing that had like a tiny 2-inch color screen. I would watch that when I was working out back when I did such things, and it was corrupted. I could only get through like 6 or 7 episodes, and I just got pissed and didn't pick it up again until I heard that the new season was coming. So earlier this year, like January, February, I caught up real quick before the new season was announced, and I'm glad I watched it. Like the first season's a little bit of a struggle to get through, but I mean, you look at it like everything's canon. These are these characters. This is what's actually happening, and there's some crazy stuff that goes down. There's a couple really good arcs in there that are almost more fun to watch than some of the movies. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, let me ask you this: if there was a trilogy to continue after, not in episode 10, but 10, 11, and 12, if there was a new trilogy to be begun with, Rey maybe coming in at some point, what would you want to see happen? Would you want all new characters, a completely new kind of situation, or would you want, to kind of stick with Rey and see what happens with her, and then Ben comes back, Ben doesn't come back, babies are born, dark side lives again?
You see, that's a good question, and it's a hard one to answer because we had basically like 30, 35 years to digest the first 6 movies with the same characters, and with the sequel trilogy, we've only had 5. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be opposed to seeing what happens with Rey and seeing more Rey. I really like Rey as a character, and I like what she can do and the new things that she's bringing into the actual movie era, and not just like games like force healing and things like that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind expanding on that, and I also wouldn't mind any new characters either. There's a lot of new characters, even in Rise of Skywalker, that I thought were interesting, like Beaumont Finn, the guy who was one of the hobbits in Lord of the Rings. I would, after reading the visual guide to Rise of Skywalker, he is a really interesting character. Like, he's the guy who helped Rey translate text. He's like the Indiana Jones of this sequel trilogy, basically. And he went to like Sith sites and all this stuff, and he can speak several languages, and it's like people, like, he's the guy people would go to for answers. I would like to see more of him, to be honest. He's probably one of my favorite characters after reading more about him.
I think Roll's head's about to explode.
Yep. Because you said episode 10, 11, and 12, and he swears that they said it's over, so it's over. There's no more. There, whatever. And I say, you know what? Everybody thought it was over in '83. Everybody thought it was over in 2005. Everybody thinks it's over in 2020, 2019, whatever. It's not over. It's over until they decide they want to make some more money, and then it's 10, 11, and 12.
I think it's over until somebody comes up with something good enough to like pique everybody's interest. I think if Lucasfilm and Disney keeps putting out stuff that's only going to appeal to half of a group of people, it's not going to, like, they just need to they need to take the time, find the full audience, and find something that, like, I'm just tired of everything dividing us. Like, I just want us all to come back together.
I don't think they're ever going to be able to make anything that, you had that faction of the Rise of Skywalker, or that faction that after The Last Jedi, that faction that went off, and Disney ruined my childhood and everything.
I don't think anybody can ruin anything.
And then you had, well, that's what they were saying. And then you had, after The Rise of Skywalker, with your baby arms. What are you doing? Hi, Raggedy Ann. Is that Raggedy Ann?
She can't hear it. Her middle name is Ray, though.
Aww.
Natalia Ray.
Ooh, Natalia, like that.
Yeah.
Ron tweets. See you later. Royal Farm Boy.
Bye, still Leah. Here. Yeah, I brought Leah over to Rebel Scum today, and at first she was just like, "What is going on?" She's like, "I can't keep up." I was like, "Just hang in there. We'll bring you with us. It'll be fine."
It's a journey, but yeah, I agree with what Mike was saying. There's never going to be a film, especially in a big fandom. And I said good things about the internet before, but that's where the internet kind of detracts from it too. It gives a very small group of people very, very loud voices if they speak loud enough and post enough and things like that. There's never going to be something for everybody unless everybody can just kind of open their minds a little bit and watch something for fun and accept it for what it is. There's never going to be something that just appeals to appeals to everybody. I think that's why people attach themselves to The Mandalorian so much. It's a very, very good series, even objectively. But it came at a time that was, it was after The Last Jedi, which was highly contradicted between fans and critics. And then we saw the opposite with The Rise of Skywalker in terms of like the fan meter. And Rotten Tomatoes is the worst site in the world too. I don't subscribe to anything that they have to say in post, but yeah, it's that something like that'll never happen. It's just, will it make money? And Disney's probably going to be looking at it now as making money. Like their movies have always been advertising for their products, their toys, their theme parks, and things like that. That's why they spend $1 billion at each park to build a Galaxy's Edge. You know what I mean? Which is why one of the bets we made too, everyone in our Talking Sith podcast thought that the Millennium Falcon was going to be destroyed. And I was like, no, dude, they just opened up Galaxy's Edge. And the Millennium Falcon is the centerpiece there. They're not going to spend $1 billion to blow it up and then never see it again. So I think that ship we're going to see.
Although they let Poe get very, very close to it.
Yeah, right. Well, Rey was pretty pissed, for sure.
She wasn't the only one.
Chewie, is that your reference? Chewie was upset too.
No, I was. I in the theater was like, are you fucking kidding me? What did you do?
It was crazy.
Destroy the garbage.
That scene when they've got the info from Julio and they're escaping, and Poe's like, how thick do you think that ice wall is? And then just poof, right through it. I thought that stuff was fun. I thought it was interesting, and they had to bring in something to escape just going to light speed because they can track people now. So light speed skipping was the resolution to that. That's the only way to get away. It's dangerous, and
But it only worked. But I thought active tracking was the only way that worked. And as far as we know, there was never a tracker on and TIE fighters are not the main ship. So if from what that was explained, it could only work from the main ship. They could only be tracked from the main ship. So that's where I was just sitting in the theater that is not possible.
Well, I guess what I'll say is that we always thought that the Death Star planet blowing up technology was only on a Death Star, and then at the end of the movie, it's on every single ship. That every single Star Destroyer. You know what I mean?
It's a story. They can pretty much make anything the way they want.
So I mean, it's possible. I mean, as time goes on, technology gets smaller, it gets better. So maybe, maybe there was a ship up there, we just didn't see it. You know what I mean? That could track them, because before it was just Snoke ship, I think.
Yeah, that was the main ship. They the way Rose explained it to Poe for a third time, which also I didn't understand. I don't understand what the heck happened to Poe. I just find him a fascinating character, but I think it's fascinating that from The Force Awakens to The Last Jedi to The Rise of Skywalker, Poe has significantly downgraded in intelligence. He went from being a covert spy that was the best pilot in the Resistance to, okay, give it to me again, but slower. And then to the guy who's, I can fly anything, but then hits everything with the Falcon and sets it on fire. And then they take him worlds away from where he ends in The Last Jedi. This will be, we are the spark that will reignite, the universe. And then he gets into the last scene in The Rise of Skywalker. I had a big issue with those ships. Anybody who's seen Troy remembers all the CGI ships, how they tried to figure that out logistically, because they can't really use all of the ships that technically were in that story, because they would have been taking each other's wind, they would have been in each other's wake. It physically never would have happened or worked that way. But whenever you see them start coming out of the light speed jumps at the end of The Rise of Skywalker, I'm just they're too close. How do they even know who's on the other side of that jump? They could just literally just, you didn't see a single ship swerve, or a single ship there was no communication about, okay, you go first and then I'll go. There was no organization. It was just random.
got some sort of Tesla autopiloting where the cars communicate to each other situation, apparently. I have no idea. But my daughter is getting upset, and I must go entertain. It was a pleasure, though. Thanks for
It
having
was
me
nice
on.
to meet you too.
You
Thank
as
you.
well, Miss Alford.
Good job.
Nice to meet you, bro.
You as well. I'll try to remember this time frame and see if I can hop back in the future. This is a good time.
Oh hell yeah, dude. Gotta. Always a good time.
I try to do the most I can with what I've got, but I usually right now I'm writing.
I went to your Twitter. I started reading your thing on the Twitter there, Rachel. So I'm gonna have to get further into it, but I've already started it.
Oh, what did you think so far?
Pretty good so far.
Did you make it past the crawl?
I just got through the crawl actually. I'm like one of the people like I prefer to read with my ears like Michael and Anthony do, but I sat here while everybody was talking, so I got distracted because I'm reading the screen in front of me because I have it. I'm sitting in my office, my upstairs office at home, so I have monitors all around where I'm at. There's a monitor there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors, and then my recording phone right here. So I have it up on different things on different monitors, and I started reading it while everybody was talking. So I would like get a little bit down, and then I would get distracted by what's going on in the stream, and then I go back. So I take time and read it when it's quiet. But
I appreciate
so far,
that. I appreciate anybody who takes the time to read it. Like I really do. Like that's thank you.
Yeah, I got it pulled up to sit there so I can. If I don't get to it a lot tonight, I can do it when I get home from work tomorrow.
I'm trying to work out something to where it'll be, because I know I got one message from somebody that wanted to read it on Twitter, but it wouldn't translate into her language because of the embedded images in all of the tweets. So like the software just wouldn't read it. So I'm trying to work out something that not only like by writing it out in a novelization that'll make it easier for somebody to translate it, but or make it available in a different language, but to where like people who are more active listeners than visual will be able to kind of get a taste of it. I'm trying to work it out. I've got something in the works. I just haven't finalized it yet.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. My headphones died, so I had to go. I never charged them the other day. I charged my portable battery charger instead, and never put the headphones on the charger when I left for work today. But that's where I disappeared to, and then I came back. So I guess Casey left, so I missed Casey. I'm gonna guess he said goodbye because Royal Farboy said, "May the force be with you" to him. But before I forget,
his Wii one was getting a little cranky, so.
Okay. Well, Casey, if you're still listening or you hear this, thank you very much for stopping by. I need to say that this is episode 10 of the Bacta Tank. Well, it's actually episode like 30 something, but since we named it the Bacta Tank, it's number 10. It's like it's like the 6th month of live chats, but it was named the Bacta Tank like 10 ago. So it is brought to you by Darth Kylo from Kylo Customs, Rural Farm Boy, Mr. Rez, Chris from Kentucky.
Yeah, Mr. Rez has got an angry face. Why are you angry, Rez?
Who knows why Rez is angry? He's always angry. He's a very angry man. And Christina Flores, Kylo Ren Flores.
That's Rez's secret. He's always angry.
They're my patrons. For my Patreon, because I have a Patreon. But we had a contest last week, and for some reason, I don't know why, my Twitter is suspended
but only in my browser. And only in my Chrome browser. I can go to my Internet Explorer browser and it works. And I've contacted, it's been like 4 days. I've been contacting them every day and nothing's changed, but they only have like no one working. So, whatever. So it's not that big of a deal, but I can't pull it up. But I didn't know it was, so not this past week, the week before, they started a celebrity Star Wars mashup in the chat. And I'm so horrible at reading the chat and paying attention to the chat that I didn't know until the next day on Twitter. They started it again and they're like, oh, on TooMedToo's Bacta tank. And I was like, wait, what? And I was like, stop your mashup in your chat or in the chat or whatever, and we'll do it on the show. So last week, some people came in, and it was the celebrity Star Wars mashup contest, and we had
I voted for one of these.
We had Unkar Pratt, Honey Nabubu, Jar Jar Abrams, and Snow Speeder Gonzalez. And the winner is... Do you want to know the winner or you want to know the losers first?
Loser.
The biggest loser was Andy from the Hall Chronicles with Snow Speeder Gonzalez. He had 16%. Charles came in third with Unkar Pratt at 19%. And Honey Nabubu was the winner with 35%. Darth Kylo today, came in with 30% with Jar Jar Abrams.
Damn.
So Honey Nabubu was...
Honey Nabubu. That sounds like a tongue twister.
Well, you know who Honey Boo Boo is, right?
I live in the South. I know what Honey Boo Boo is.
Okay. All right. I don't know. Some people watch those cheesy reality shows or whatever.
It's scary. It's almost as scary as watching Toddlers and Tiaras. Have y'all ever seen that? Like, it is legit. Like, you put that on next to the AKC dog show, it's almost legit the same thing. It is freaking just scary.
Well, okay, so it was Camray. And Camray won this bad guy. The Gold Darth Vader.
Ah. Awesome.
So I might put up another one. I have everyone's second picks. Or I told them to stop in tonight and drop them off or do them tonight. So I didn't check. So like when I started this and I did the TooMedToo's email address, now it's just full of garbage half the time. And like I'm one of those people when you got an email address, you got an email address. Not like nowadays where you get email addresses, you need like 5 or 6 different email addresses. Because you need like your personal one and your business one and like one for every other thing that you do. Otherwise, it's so much crap. So like even that one, the TooMedToo's one, it's not as bad. My personal one, I don't even keep up with really. Okay,
wait a minute. Who do you use for your primary? Is it Gmail or MSN or
Gmail?
Gmail. You can actually contact them and have them set up an account or have them fix that account to where it'll actually automatically set up a filter to where if you're using it for business purposes, that they can actually set up an algorithm on that email account to where it'll filter out all the spam.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, but I'll look into that. Yeah, but
Google, can do anything.
My real one, I probably get like 40 or 50 emails a day. And I probably get 3 or 4 that are like real for like whatever. I mean, my dad emails me things. I don't know. He likes to email me and not like stupid like jokes or whatever, but like, hi son, I wanted to know what you thought about this. And it's like, dude, I don't check my email because I get so much shit that, like, you know.
They're hollering at me like, "Can you see me?" I'm like, "I'm right here. I can see you." And yes, I do love it. I'm having a ball.
Hi, Johnny's B-Way.
What? Johnny's boy?
Johnny's, what? Yeah, something like that.
Now, boy.
Right,
I think it's supposed to be like boy, something like that.
I don't know, John. What is it supposed to be? Because we got the Southern pronunciation, we got the Buffalo Southern Brooklyn pronunciation, which is mine. Please may I get your WhatsApp contact.
Please may I get any of you your WhatsApp contact? My WhatsApp is on my Twitter page at River.
Johnny, are you going to try and be my friend and then tell me that your family can't afford, that you aren't in school and you can't afford to go to school anymore, and your mom's sick, and some guy from, I don't know, somewhere in Africa became my friend, and like 2 or 3 months ago, and talked to me like here and there about not Star Wars, just like, oh, what's going on? How's your city? Blah, blah, blah. And like after like 2 or 3 weeks, it was like really like needy. And then after a couple of weeks was like, do you have WhatsApp? Because I need to talk to you. I can't afford school anymore, and my sister's sick, and blah, blah, blah. And if you can help me in any way, I'd appreciate it. I was like, I'll keep you in my prayers. Oh, that's really nice of you, but I need more than your prayers. So I got rid of them. And then like, I just keep getting the same picture or the same like neighborhood or whatever keeps friending me on Facebook. So Johnny, I hope it's not you, but if it is, just so you know, I'm just gonna after this check it out and get rid of you anyways, so you can stop bothering me. Because that's just a really weird thing to ask. Because that's the exact same thing that other asshole was asking me for.
Oh, so, if it's something like that, please don't even attempt, because he's going to be a lot nicer about it than I will. I don't tolerate that sort of irritation very well. So,
don't even come this way with that either, bro. Because I'm gonna bite. You know, that's just don't scam, man. We don't play scams.
Oh, I'm the kind of girl that legit either I handle business myself or I forward you on to the FBI. So don't.
Yeah, no, I hear you, because I have a good friend that got scammed by some of that, and boy, they got him good. And yeah, I'm not playing that. You know, I don't even see this. Oh wait, now I do, because I went over to the Facebook feed. I'm gonna take a look at this cat real quick. No, shut him down, Michael. I'm looking at his profile now. Shut his ass down.
I don't think he can hear us. Michael,
you hear us? Can you hear us? I don't think he.
Mm-mm.
What's wrong?
I don't know. He can't. I don't think he can hear us. I don't think he can. Oh, I think he might, but he might be looking. I think he's concentrating.
Oh, we're distracting you. We're like, look at us.
He's got a very concentrated look on his face. So I think that's what he's doing. He's probably looking into this profile. I just looked into it.
Says that he does hear us. Dang.
Who's that?
Sorry,
I don't know.
We were just
somebody who's trying to fish.
here we is.
Yep.
Block him.
Yep, he's blocked on my end.
Hold on. Damn. Oh, part of my mouth.
I have my own personal setup on my laptop and on all my systems. So if he tries, he's really not going to enjoy it.
No, just then usually I welcome them because I have some built up. People drive me nuts, and usually like somebody like that, it gets stupid. I hit them with all the aggression that everybody else has built up. And there's been a couple people over the last 3 or 4 days that have been really, really, really irritating me. So it's been kind of looking for that little bit of a release. But I'm not going to, this guy's going to feel sorry if he messages me.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have Facebook, but if he tries to mess with my Twitter page, he's really not going to be happy.
All right, I'm back.
Yay!
Did you hear it?
No,
my
other earphones died. They just stopped working. I don't know. And then this one's been on the charger for a few minutes. So
yeah, so I went and I looked into that dude because I went on the Facebook onto the feed on Facebook for our stream, and I looked at the dude's profile. Shut his ass down. Stop. Shut him down because I went and I shut him down because he's one of those foreign scam artists.
yeah.
So yeah, so I went and I even shut him down on my end before he starts even trying to message me for anything.
That's what Malachi looked like when he was like 2.
Okay, that's fine. Put it down.
I was just showing you.
Well, I just blocked him from here, and then I'll go and I'll have to find him on there. But I don't have a lot of time left, so yeah, that's what happened. I went to the one dude at work, and I was like, "Oh, dude, I got one of your neighbors." Because I think he's from I forget where that guy was from. But like he was getting needy. He was like, "You didn't answer me," and I was like, "Bro, you texted me like 20 minutes ago, and I was at work, and like I came home. I'm like, you live halfway across the fucking world. Like, what do you?" And I was just like, whatever. And yeah, but so this is the part of the night where I need someone to say the important question.
What's in the box?
Oh, this
right?
box.
Oh, what's in the box? Where's Rural Farm Bar? He does it better.
What's in the box?
Is that a reference to 7?
Yes. Oh, Johnny, something. He just said something. Again, right after I blocked him. So now.
Who's Graham C. Hart?
A buddy of mine.
Ah.
So all right, let's see. We'll so that box I showed you the other day, Kylo, it wasn't what I thought it was.
Okay.
But this one, and this is a really interesting way. Here, I'm gonna do this really quick. Just while we open things up.
So much better. Sorry, I had to pop my head.
Oh, let me get something to open this with, but yeah, so that box I thought what I knew it was, or what I said I thought it was, isn't what it was, because that's what this is, I'm pretty sure. I thought the other one was, yeah, so, and this is actually an interesting way. I almost just fell on a knife and stabbed myself, because, well, I tripped, because when I went to go get my stuff, I pulled the yoga mat, I moved the yoga mat, and, that doesn't get used, but it was in the way, so I just threw it on the floor, and I just tripped over it, and I would have stabbed my dog, so I turned the knife towards me, so it would have stabbed me instead of, I can handle a hospital. I can go to the hospital and get fixed. I can't take my dog to the vet if I stab her.
You can go to the hospital and get COVID.
Well, yeah, but at least I'll survive. If I stab my dog's going to die.
Well, I mean, I don't want you to stab your dog.
I mean, I'm the idiot that my other dog that just passed away a couple months ago, she got out, she was running on the highway, and I was on the highway chasing her because I figured if I get hit by a car, I'm going to have a chance to survive. If she gets hit, she's dead. So, I mean, getting hit by a car going to 80 miles an hour, I got a better chance to live. Maybe not a good chance to live, but a better chance. But anyways, all right. So I'm going to shrink this down real quick or up. Oh, and let's see here. All right. So what's in the box? And Kyla, what do you think about shipping these this way? Just in the protector box. Do you think it's pretty safe?
Well, what's the protector box? What's the condition of it? All right.
Perfect.
All right. We'll open it up and see what the condition of it is inside, and then maybe we can figure out a way to saving some money shipping by shipping them in those, because those are pretty sturdy. You figure those go through the sorters in the warehouse, and I know how rough those things can be. So,
I mean, because they had that one I sent to Andy the other day. Was it Andy? Yeah, the one I sent to Andy. It was 13.6 ounces, so it's under 13 ounces. That it's $5 or whatever. So it costing me $12 or whatever the hell it is. I don't remember, but it looks like it's in good condition.
okay.
We got the Mandalorian with the flame ball or whatever the hell they call it, the flamethrower.
Yeah, his wrist flame or whatever. Yeah.
And because I do not collect Funko Pops, that's the one thing. I collect Black Series. I collect a lot of Star Wars memorabilia, but I do not collect Funko Pops. I have some Funko Pops, but they're Star Wars Funko Pops. I don't have. I mean, I say I don't have any other Funko Pops. I have like a couple. But yeah, so.
Where did you get him from Target, or did someone send him?
He was an eBay for cheap. It was a few dollars over cost with shipping. Yeah, so
I'm gonna try sending one to somebody in just that sorter and see how it gets.
We got another
Because
one.
usually that's how I send them, like that. You know, I like sending my boxes like that because I like packing them with the air pillows or bubble wrap.
Yeah, that's what I have, is a bunch of air pillows. Now this, I just happen to be looking on Amazon and found this guy, the Fugitive Predator.
Okay, yeah, he's cool. I think I have that one. I'm that one.
And the only reason I got it, well, I don't know. I don't even know where these came from. I should look at Analog Comics and Collectibles. They must have been doing some liquidation because they got stickers on them for $10.99, and that's what the other one that it has. It has the Assassin Predator and some little Predator Hound. But they were $2.
Wow.
And that was with shipping.
Damn, you found those on eBay like that?
Yep. It was $2, $2 and free shipping. I was going through and I was looking for Star Wars Pops, and I put in the whatever it is, lowest to highest for price, and it came up, and they gave you a lot of bullshit ones because they do it with shipping included. So, like you get free shipping, and then it's like $3 or this or whatever. But this one came up, it was $2 and free shipping, and I was like, and they had 6 of them, and I was like, do I want all 6? So you know what? I'll just get 2. Cost me $4 plus tax, so it was another 60 cents or whatever the hell it was. Yeah, so those I have. I probably won't keep. I mean, he is really cool looking, especially for $2. But Yeah, Kyle, let me know if you need one, and I'll send you the other one. And then I have this box here,
Ooh, a bigger box.
which it's not the size of the box.
It's how you pack it.
There you go.
This is going to be a really bad conversation, no matter how it goes, because.
Like I've already warned you. Like most of my friends going up through high school were guys. So like I don't blush. I ain't scared.
Okay. This is the one, Cattle, that I told you what it was. It is the Mandalorian Pop with the T-shirt.
Whoa.
I wanted it because of the pop, because I got all the Mandalorian Pop ones. I've gotten all Star Wars Pops since Force Friday, which is way too many. But no, Kylo, is it? So the T-shirt's in here. Is the pop in a box itself?
Yeah, it's just in a regular pop box.
Oh,
like the one you're holding. So when you open that up, the thing on the when you first open it up, the T-shirt is rolled in like one of those like it's in the T-shirt gun when you go to like a game or something on the top, and then the pop's underneath it.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah. All right. Well, that's cool. So then this is the pop. It is the Death Watch Mandalorian, which they came out with a regular Death Watch Mandalorian, but the difference is
he's got stripes.
The regular one has stripes on his knee pads. This one doesn't have any stripes on the knee pads. So in order to get an extra $30 out of you, they took the stripes off and threw a $5 T-shirt in with it.
Well, did you pre-order that one? Or no? Yeah.
No.
Because when I was kind of pissed when I got that, because when I pre-ordered it on their website and I went in the store to pre-order it, it said metallic. It was supposed to have been metallic. You know, it's supposed to be a metallic paint job, and it's not a metallic paint job.
And that's the that's the T-shirt from the Mandalorian. So
that's a pretty badass T-shirt, though. I like it. It's already been confiscated by the little blonde that keeps poking her head in the video.
So then I'm not sure what I'm gonna have for next week.
Nothing.
Because I have a lot of stuff ordered. Well, I shouldn't say it too loud. My girlfriend's gonna kick my ass. I have a few things ordered. But I know like the one that I got that I told
the Greedo shirt.
The one that I got, the delivery date, it's guaranteed by next Tuesday. So I'll miss it by a day if it comes Tuesday, but I should have a book or two coming. I have a couple books that are guaranteed to be delivered the 30th through the 6th. So if those books come, I'll be okay. But we have
got this T-shirt. I just want to cut you off for a second. It's the Greedos. Like, you know, those T-shirt bundles that yeah, this is the Greedo one. It was like the limited edition Chase one.
Okay.
So, and it was only in a large. So, Zoinks or Scooby Snacks on YouTube, or Zoinks, Scooby, and our on Instagram bought it or brought it over and gave it to the kid. So now she's got a cool Greedos. It's Greedos Bounty Bunch Krispies.
You know what would have been awesome is if it had been Greedos Cheetos.
Yeah, that would have been pretty cool.
That was
like
good.
Greedo handcuffing the cheetah. That would have been awesome.
The cheetah?
The
I got one of
Cheeto
those.
Cheetah.
All right, now I have no idea what this is because, I mean, that's the size of the book. It's not big. It's.
What's it
Oh wow,
called?
they gave you a lot of real estate there, didn't they?
I don't know what book this is that they.
Are you getting stuff through Amazon? Because I ordered some stuff, and legit, whenever I got the notification for it, it told me I ordered something for myself, and then I ordered something for Stella to keep her from tearing the house apart. And it said that mandatory shipping items that were necessary items for everyday life and whatnot would be shipped first. They had her toys being shipped first and not the thing that I ordered. So I was kind of like, my dog gets her toys, but I have to wait for my DVD. Why?
Well, I mean, you got to figure the dog's toys are going to keep her from tearing your house apart. So that is kind of like priority.
I hope so. It doesn't
So-
end up that way.
Okay. This was not at all what I was expecting. It is it's the making of the Return of the Jedi, but it's a little book. It's a paperback.
Oh, it's a trade paperback instead of a mass market. No, it's mass market instead of trade paperback. Trade paperback.
Well, no, I figured it would be like a big one, like the other ones. Even the ones that aren't hardcover, that are still like the paper. I don't know, whatever the regular paper cover.
Mass paperback is going to be the short, chunky ones. The trade paperback is going to be about the same size as a hardcover book, but it'll be in a soft format. And then you've got your hardcover book. I used to work at a bookshop. Okay. It's really kind of sometimes they have them in the description, or sometimes I know on Amazon they'll show the sizing, but sometimes it's really hit or miss with them things. But the mass market paperbacks they're kind of a pain in the butt to read because you end up breaking the spine on them 85% of the time just to try to read what's in the center chapter because they're so thick. But they sell them a lot cheaper than the trade paperbacks because the trade paperbacks usually are printed on higher quality paper and they have better kind of graphics on their front covers. So they're a little bit more, they're like a step down from a hardback.
And then we got this one. And that's it for today. So
sorry,
yeah,
I didn't mean to go off on a tangent.
Oh, trust me, I do shit like that all the time. I mean, so I went through. I had so much stuff built up and laying around that I don't know if I did an advent calendar, and every day for 24 days I opened up a different box. Some of it were books, some of it were Funkos, some of it were Black Series that I just had laying around, put in a corner, just building up and building up and building up.
You got to do that again for this year.
I can't. Yeah, I can't do that. I mean, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Then this one
I have a feeling he's hiding some of these from his girlfriend.
Oh, bro, I can't. I do have a hiding spot, which I don't. This is the other bad thing is the other day I had a bunch of stuff. I redid my bookcase and I moved all my books. I bought a brand new bookcase, I call it a big boy bookcase. It's not like an IKEA bookcase because I needed something that can hold the weight of the books. So it had to be able to hold 85 pounds per shelf or whatever. So that would cost me $300 or $400 for it. So it's she was like, "You're spending that much on a bookcase?" I was like, "I need it, whatever, blah, blah, blah." Well, I ended up having a bunch of stuff piled in front of it. And then my old bookcase had Black Series and Funkos on it. Well, she kind of tidied everything up and put it together, which was fine. But now I need to undo that so I can put my stuff I have hidden underneath the couch there. So she's going to kind of know. It was just me procrastinating. It's my fault. But, yeah. But I got this, which I got to figure out how to get the sticker off. Oh, maybe I'll just peel off. I'll just come right off, I think. I mean, it's going to be pieces. But, yeah. I got the Droid Factory. I'm not sure what that is, the Droid Factory.
It looks like a coloring book.
No, because it...
Is it one of those board maker your droid thing?
I don't know. But it was...
Like a 3D puzzle or something? Surely that's not like a kit.
Well, here's the handbook, and it tells you. Oh, you built. Yeah, it's a build a thing.
Wow.
R2, C3PO, BB-8. Oh, look at that bad boy right there.
Buzz Droid.
Oh, I know who that is.
2MB. Yeah. Oh,
Also known as Buzz Droid.
as TooMedToo's.
That's correct, Mr. Whirl. I have no idea what he hides from his girl. I've just had to hide things myself as being the one that buys them and has to hide them from the boyfriend that wants to steal them. I had an Xbox One for 2 weeks before he even knew it was there.
Damn, that's good.
So yeah, I'm gonna guess if I open this up, that'll be where this all the good stuff is. But you can see on the inside of it, the BB-8 cutout or the BB-8.
Oh yeah,
you can push out or whatever. Yeah.
So are you gonna build it?
No. Not right now. At some point, I will. Once I finish nursing school and have more room in an office and everything. So, so Kylo, did you see I got the back on here now? You can't see my cursor on here, but I took the artwork I got done.
Yeah.
The artwork that Chris Hall did for me. And you can find Chris Hall at Black Sheep Rebellion. That's his Etsy page that he's got all that cool shit on there for. I took the.
Yeah, I checked him out. He does really good work.
I took the TooMedToo's Star Wars Network one that he made. And I fucked around with the colors on it, and I made it negative or whatever the shit is, and that's what this is on the back now. So that's the backdrop instead of it just being black. I have that, but
that was cool. I was kind of wondering about that.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be about it for today. I mean, this is a little longer than normal.
Sorry.
Yeah,
it's not you.
I wanted to show this because it drew a couple comments. I turned around and I made a custom unmasked second sister Inquisitor tonight for in that part of the game where she where she takes her helmet off.
Mm-hmm.
So she's a little bit difficult to work with, but I think I got her.
That's pretty sweet.
I've got to get some more gear. Like you guys have, like everybody has so much stuff that just kind of.
Don't do it. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
This is her with her helmet on. That's her artwork for her with the helmet on, and then I turned around and I was able to sculpt and fix her up.
I've got a few things that like I haven't put up, but like I don't have hardly anything. I just have a baby pink room, and then this thing is hiding the electrical panel.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't start with Funkos. I got one or two just because.
Not necessarily Funkos, just like I need to get some posters or something up in here, like to have like a designated corner for doing this stuff, because like it's got to be depressing. Everybody's just like, I've got cool stuff, and she's got a door. What's the door?
Go and find like a cool Star Wars puzzle or whatever, and put it together and frame it and put it like in front of that the wood door, and then this way you'll have something hiding that wood, so you won't see it, and it'll be a cool puzzle for your backdrop.
What's in the door?
I'm not in my normal backdrop I'm just up in the office because, you know, we're
this is my bedroom. Like I am in my. This is the only room I have in the house, and it's my parents' house, and it is baby pink. It has horrible curtains, and literally, I got the comfy chair because of my knees being so banged up and everything. So I'd actually not be sitting in bed, which I end up doing anyhow, typing of a night. But like with her cage in here in the center of the room, and then a massive bookshelf, like legit, like I gotta put some stuff up because it's starting to depress me. I'm a 36-year-old girl with a baby pink room.
So who cares?
No matter.
My girl.
It feels like I'm stuck inside a freaking like birthing ward or something.
And if you ask my girlfriend, she'd say that she's a 32-year-old girl with a man baby for a boyfriend that's got so much Star Wars shit around that she can't stand it because none of her shit. And I'd be like, yeah, but I quit drinking, so just be happy about that. She's like,
God.
you know, that doesn't carry as much weight as I, you know, wished it did. But and yeah, Rose here from Scarif's Scuttlebutt podcast, and he said if he went down the Funko Pop route that he'd be doomed. And I can tell you, I didn't start really acquiring because I don't collect. I didn't start acquiring them until Force Friday, and I now have probably over 100.
I'm more of a t-shirts girl. I'm a hoarder of all things t-shirts. I absolutely love and adore t-shirts, like especially ones that have like sarcastic comments. Like I've wanted to wear it so many different times when I was doing a chat, but I didn't want to like offend anybody. But there's one that I love that has just a pair of lips with a finger in front of it that says "Shut the fuck up." It's my favorite shirt. And then I've got several different Star Wars shirts, but like I can't, like you guys can sit there and like rock out the cool tees. A girl can't sit there and do that because then it's like you guys are just looking at my boobs all throughout the chat, which is just awkward and weird for everybody. But like
not for us.
What?
Not awkward and weird for us.
No.
Well, I mean, not everybody. Just
I'm quite okay with it.
Real farm boy, just 2 question marks, and Rez is like, that's what I collect. Boobs or t-shirts?
Oh. No, but that's
okay.
Like you can wear that shirt. I mean, or you know, put it covering your I was gonna say your box, your wood panel.
Cover your box.
It's late night. It's not my fault. I've had a bunch of Pepsi. No, that's.
Where's your real farmer? What's in the box?
Oh God! You guys gave me the fucking virus. Oh God. Yeah.
See,
anyway.
it starts off fine and then it slowly devolves as I get more comfortable.
It's okay.
That's good. That's fine. God only knows what next week's podcast is going to be like if you show up.
Oh Christ.
Yeah, I don't even know what I was. Oh no, but like, yeah, you can put that over the panel or whatever, the shirt. It's fine to be on here. It's like my mom. I was talking to my mom today because she wanted to make sure that I didn't have the COVID-19 virus because I'm in New York City. I was like, Mom, there's 30,000 people right now that have it or that have been confirmed that have it. There's 8 million people. I was like, there's 400 people in Buffalo and 200,000 people. I was like, I don't know what the odds are, but I'm going to guess they're pretty much the same. So I think we're okay.
I think the last time I heard anything on the news around my area, like everything around us has it, but we haven't had an actual, like all the counties around us have it, but we haven't heard of anything actually happening in Coffee County. But like my dad works as a maintenance guy at the hospital, and so like not having, I have absolutely no immune system whatsoever. So like if he brings it home, let's just hope I finish the book first, because like I get a cold and it puts me down for 2 weeks, if not longer. Like I caught freaking pneumonia in it, or not pneumonia, but bronchitis, and it put me down for 2 months. I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. Why are you still going to work? They can fix things other times. You don't need to go. Because he's not very discerning about like where he ends up. He likes to stand around and listen to what everybody's got to say about everything. So of course, like a man who never finished 5th grade, but can do math really well, comes home and thinks he knows everything about infectious diseases. And I'm just kind of like, no, that's not the way that works.
Yeah, but I was like, all right, Mom. I was like, so you're gonna see me on Facebook today, maybe for this, because it's gonna be on Facebook. I was like, I know you always say you try and watch me on YouTube, but you can't get it or whatever because she doesn't have a Gmail account, so you need a Gmail account for YouTube or to create one, whatever it is. And I was like, but remember, if you do watch, you can watch, but you can't listen because it's not safe for work, and it's definitely, and that's. Probably, I was like, best case scenario, it's probably rated R. And she's like, I wouldn't want to listen then. You know, you shouldn't use language like that, honey. I was like, I know, Mom.
Yeah, I get that a lot. Like, fuck is my feeling word. So, like, I catch that a lot. But I've managed to kind of keep it very polite and not use it. James called me out today because I got a little too into the trivia game and said shit. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'll dial it back. But
yeah, I try and keep it clean on here, but it usually there's always at least something that gets me going. You know, I drop a couple here and there, but every once in a while I go on a little tangent or a little rant, and it's just like I think I teach people new words or combinations thereof.
I try to respect y'all's space because it's not, you know, some place that I am all the time or I've been before. So I try to like respect everybody's space and not just bust up in there and be like, this is me. I'm loud and irritating and know nothing, but I like to talk.
Well, that's how it was. So I think Scarif Scuttlebutt podcast is celebrating 1 year, I believe. I knew it was coming close because it started right around Celebration. I thought it was after Celebration. But Rural Farm Boy saying congratulations on 1 year. So maybe it is
Happy
one.
birthday.
Happy birthday. It's his birthday party. Oh, mid-April. So, okay, yeah. So it's getting close.
Early.
I think I was right. I was right. Rural Farm Boy was wrong, but it's not a competition. There's friends here. But yeah, so I think that's about it for tonight because we've been going for a while. And yeah, you apologize. It's not you. It's usually usually about 10:30 I start saying, all right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. And then we're usually done by about 12. So it usually takes an hour for me to wrap up. But yeah, the longest I think I ever was almost 5 hours. And that's when Trevor Beast came on. And we just kept talking like it wasn't. I was like, okay. He's all right. You done? And he's like, yeah, I'm done unless you got anything else to say. And I was like, oh, well, what about this? And like that just went on for like after we were done, that went on for like another hour and a half or 2 hours. So, you know, that would be like what most shows or podcasts do as like their Patreon for after hours. And that's just, you know, my normal show because, you know, I don't have any tier. I have a Patreon, but no tier set up because it's like, you know, I don't really know what I would do or whatever because I guess if I kept my show to an hour and, you know, I mean, like Rebel Scum keeps their show to an hour. They do it a couple times a week. I just do one for 3 hours, which nobody wants to listen to me talk for 3 hours. So, you know, well, there's a few people that do.
Dude, like you really like I've tried to do a live thing like I type out shout outs of a morning and I used to do them of a night whenever I was doing the thread, but like my hands were hurting so bad that like legit I just tried to like film myself doing them instead and nobody showed up. So I was like, yeah, I'm better in print. We're just never going to show our face again. We're just going to do print. Print's where I live.
No, it takes a while to build up, you know, people to come and hang out or actually stay for a long period of time. You know, I usually get about between, I'd say my average is about 60 views each time I do it, and then I get about another 30 throughout the week. But that doesn't necessarily mean people watching the whole thing. That just means people clicking on it. You know, and I average about 20, like for my show that's usually about 3 hours, I average about a half hour, 20 minutes to half hour, which I don't know if that's really good or not, but you know, you got to figure, like, so whoever, I mean, those of us that have been in here all the whole time, me, Mr. Rez, well, not, but yeah, everybody that's been in here the whole time is going to be, you know,
Yeah,
almost,
you just said Rez and he's gone.
did he leave?
Yeah, he said, "May the force be with you."
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so like almost 4 hours, but somebody that else that just clicks on and says, oh, okay, this is stupid, I don't want to watch it, that, like, you know, either we know or don't know, you know, that's going to make it, you know, a 2 hour average. And then, so each one of those, but so yeah, it's about, I average about, you know, 20 minutes, a half hour, depending on, like, for my view time. But I know the majority of it is, you know, the 5 to 10 people that I always have in here that are here the whole time, and then the rest of them is just kind of people clicking and whatever. But yeah.
Now,
So
Raz here.
Oh yeah, he's still back. He's well. Then he said, "Great show, TooMed. May the force be with all." I was like, okay. Usually that's when the time
Somebody leaves. Yeah.
well, it's because I said I was leaving. I said I was going.
Oh yeah, and then we kept talking.
But yeah, but now I'm really gonna, because I'm gonna put my headphones back on the charger and see. When I put them on the charger before, they beeped, which means they were gonna die. But I don't know how much time I have before they actually die. So I put them on the charger. They were on the charger, and they've been fine now for a half hour. So I don't know. We'll see how I feel after this. I might play a little Fallen Order, or I might just go to bed and wake up early and start playing. But if that happens, it means I'll probably get called in tomorrow. So, you know, I'm getting kind of shuffled around, and I'm in between my regular store and another store, but it's just, I don't have a schedule there yet, and my schedule got changed because I'm going over the other one for why this whole thing's going on. So this might be my chance to have a few days off, and not have to worry about working overtime until this thing's over. So I might enjoy it.
I've still got a chapter to write tonight, so that's probably what I'm going to be doing. I just have to kind of figure out how to space it out and then burn it out as quick as I can, but make it make sense.
No more coffee, and I guess I'm going to have to read 22 tomorrow.
Yeah, like I can't have any more coffee. Like legit, I should just drink six Red Bulls a day and just call it quits. Like the 12 cups of coffee wouldn't be such a hassle if Stella didn't try to take the coffee. And it's when you've got a dog with a coffee fix, it's just really very difficult, especially when it's already hyper. Like she got in my coffee cup one day, and then now, like, I'm not even like legit joking, the dog stands at the counter where the coffee maker is and waits for me to pour it in the cup and then start stirring it. And as soon as it started stirring, she just starts barking all crazy, just like, ooh, caffeine fix. I have to let her have some in a spoon, or she follows me the entire way. Like, I can't, but I mean, she's got like separation anxiety or something, because I can't even go to a different room without this dog like latching onto me. Like, I love her to death, and like, she was a cute little nugget whenever I got her, but now, like, small would have been better. She's gotten a little bit bigger than we thought, and she's got a lot of health problems. I
got one just like that, and he made his YouTube appearance on Saturday. He decided he wanted to join our stream on Saturday with me. Big 70-pound beast I have. I got 3 of them, so I got 3 boys, and they all try. Whenever they hear somebody talking, and it's in the same room that I'm at, they're right there, and they're trying to look, and I have it pulled up on the monitor over here. So they're sitting there looking at the monitor, and they hear the voices, because I got one that watches TV with me.
She's snoring.
Like, the dog sits there and watches TV.
The cage is literally like right there. She's snoring.
Yeah, you guys can't hear it, but I got 2 of them in here, and they're snoring on my futon.
I can't say. The one day I said OUTSIDE to my dog, and his dogs all jumped up and started going crazy, and it was like,
yeah, I was just like, thanks, buddy.
It was like 3 or 4 in the morning. I was just hanging up from playing Fallen, or gonna hang up from playing Fallen Order. I was like, all right, well, I'm about to take mine, and he's like, yep, me too, because you just woke mine up because I heard that, and I was like, oh, sorry.
Yep.
See, she only freaks out when she hears the word mail. She knows what packages are. So like every time anything comes from Amazon or anything like that, like we have to, like, she nearly got a hold of my Warby Parker glasses whenever they were sent. I was just like, just go ahead and send them back. They're going to be broke.
All right, Ro, I'll see you later. Have a good night.
Bye, Ro.
See you later, Ro.
Bye, Roll Farm Boy. You're awesome.
It wasn't him.
Whatever.
Ro, not rural. It kind of sounds the same, though.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyway.
Right.
But yeah, so I guess that's about it for tonight.
Thank you for having me on.
Oh, anytime. Every Monday.
Thanks for joining us.
No problem. I've never done anything like this before, so like it's this is awesome. Like this is something new and it's fun, and like I get to talk about Star Wars, so I'm not like constantly irritating anybody in my house, which is a new thing.
I mean, which is like, that's kind of the whole thing. It was perfect because it was a slow. I didn't know it was going to be a no news Star Wars week and nothing to really talk about. So it was perfect that you came on. We got to talk about your thread and your novelization, and figure stuff out. And
I appreciate it. Like I wish I could talk about more, because like I'm scared to say something and then have somebody like jump me and be like, I haven't finished it yet.
Wasn't that a full house at maximum for people in the live chat all at the same time, or on the screen?
Yeah, the most you can have on the screen is 6. I can have 10, but the most I can have on the screen is 6, and then the other 4 are just kind of in back, and then I have to switch you in and out. I've never had that happen yet. The most I've ever had is 6. I've had 6 a couple times. I've never gotten to where I've had other people in the back that are waiting in the whatever it is, but it will happen someday. And I think today might be the most I've ever had in the chat. The most I had watching, I think, was 19 on YouTube and 6 on
Facebook.
Facebook, yeah.
Yes, Roll, you did tell me I would have fun. Oh, man.
We had a good showing. The chat has been running the whole night too. I've been watching the chat on the monitor over there, straight in front of me, and it's been flowing the whole night long too. So we've had good conversation in there too.
I feel bad because I didn't realize how to swap it over from private chat to live comments. I didn't see anything for like a good hour. And then I was like, what are they talking about? People are talking. And I was like, oh, click the button, Rachel.
But not a lot of likes though today. I just flipped it over. Only got 15, but oh well, that is what it is.
Uh-oh.
I also don't sit there and say anything about it, because my big thing isn't I just switched over from StreamYard to, I don't know what happened.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there we go. We're back now. I don't know what happened.
I got 15 likes.
I switched over to the YouTube to look at it, and then I couldn't figure out why everything was messed up. It's because I forgot it was on a delay, because I would never have it over there. But I did that so that I could. There's some way to check out the analytics, I think is what I wanted.
Yeah.
I don't know what I just went to now. Oh no, I went to I don't know how to do that.
You've got 15 likes right now. 6 people are still watching. Let's see what else you got going on. Regular comments don't hit till after this actually fully uploads. So, but yeah, your top or your Christ, let me fix it. Your live chat's been booming the whole night, man. We've had a really good show tonight. I learned a lot. Now I have some stuff that I can read up on thanks to Ms. Rachel there.
I hope you like it. Like I've really tried my dead level best to make it, you know, as good, if not better.
Well, you're already ahead of the game with me because I don't even think I can even do that. Honestly, like, you know, from what I've read so far, I mean that's good stuff. I don't think I can pull that off. So I have to give my respect to people that do the novelizations or come up with their own stories. I mean, I have a lot of things that I can probably put into a story, but I don't know how to do it. I got a lot of thoughts.
All right, let's see here. I'm going to show Rachel something.
Okay.
This is pretty good. It actually shows you, Rachel.
Okay.
For you, it should be up there now. Oh, it showed it in a different way too, which I don't know how it's doing in the corner right there. But there it is. That's how it usually goes. So we started talking and people came, so whatever time that is, I don't know. But starting at somewhere around like 9:20 or whatever, we got up to 17 people and we went up to 18 people, 17 people, 16 people. And then once we stopped talking about, and we still talked about, we're talking about ear stuff, still went down a little bit. Then once we stopped talking about ear stuff, I went down to like 10 people. So twice as many people were in here while we were talking about your book and everything.
That's awesome.
And then we stopped talking about you, and it just went away. Went to my normal chat.
They didn't care. We stopped talking about the chick in the chat. They're like, screw it, we're out. It's just gonna be those guys again. That's what it was. They're like, the hell with listening to them. They ain't talking. She ain't talking. It's gonna be the same shit that they talk about every week. And she's done talking about different do stuff. We're out.
Oh.
But it's been fun tonight. For me, it seems like it gets to be more fun every week for me because I'm getting to be a little bit more comfortable with, you know, of course, like you and, you know, the regulars. And then it helps me with like the new people like Miss Rachel, you know, and I'm starting to have a lot of fun doing these.
It's like there's probably about, I don't get a lot of viewers. I mean, like compared to like other people, but I have probably about 10 regulars. And out of those 10 regulars, there's usually 6 or 7 of them here every week. And then there's a couple more stragglers, whatever. But yeah, it's, you know, it's been going on for a couple months or whatever. It's slowly starting to grow, and you know, I mean, my whole thing is that I just want to get to, I mean, I'm doing this because I'm having fun doing it, and it's a way to talk to friends. And I think that was, so like, I stopped doing it for a while and decided I want to start doing it again. And then I was at a bar with Ian, and we were sitting there at a table and talking to my other friend. He's like, "Oh, you like Star Wars?" And I was like, "Dude, I have a Star Wars channel. I've had it for a year and a half." And he's like, "I didn't know that. I love Star Wars." And I was like, "That's what I want to do. I want to have a Star Wars channel where it's just like friends meeting at a bar and just talking Star Wars, no matter what it is. Like whatever we want to talk about, we're going to talk about it. And whoever wants to talk about it can talk about it. And I was like, but it's too much of a pain in the ass with OBS and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, because then you can't just hop on and do it. Like you need to Skype in and set it up and check your microphones and everything. Like that's what,
Right.
like you do for a regular podcast. That way, like if one of you guys is really loud or really quiet, when I'm editing it, I can change your volume. Here, I can't really do that. I have to make everybody the same volume then, which doesn't really work, but that's just still, but then it's still multiple programs to do it this way. And then I found StreamYard and I'm like, wait, I can just go and then whoever wants to come on can come on because all they got to do is click a button. And I mean, it was pretty much, it was simple, right? You click the button and then it tells you to put in your name and is your camera working? Is your microphone working? Okay, you're on.
Yeah,
And
like it was a lot easier than like using an app or anything like that. Like this was worlds away from like whenever I used Skype to do back when Aaron Quinton was doing interviews. Like I was the third one. I think I was the third one because it was like Revenge of the Sith. So like that was a little bit more complicated, and it seemed like after it was uploaded, like I was very kind of frozen at times. But then again, that was before I learned how to like set up the mobile hotspot on my phone, which seems to be working out a lot better than my internet.
yeah, but I mean that's like, you know, I think a lot of people don't want to come on just because it's such a pain in the ass. And I'm like, no, I'll send you a link and you just get right on. And they're like, okay, or whatever. And it's like, you know, or, you know, like click the link and you can come on. Like people just click the link and come on for a couple minutes. And I mean, like Ian clicked the link, goes on for, you know, 15 minutes or whatever. Casey clicked the link, goes on for a couple minutes. You know, it's like, it's just so much easier than using OBS and Skyping in that, you know, it just makes it simple. But. All right, that's going to do it for tonight, I think. See, I've been saying for the last 45 minutes that's going to do it for tonight, and here we are. It never ends. I'm going to end it, though. But, yes, thank you very much, Rachel, Reaper Girl 27, for stopping by and talking about your Twitter.
The Twitter thread first, and then now I'm doing the novelization on Wattpad. It's Edge of Hope. And the cover art, I have to give mad shout out to Sarah from Twitter, Tiny Witch That Draws. That cover art is an original piece that I found on Pinterest, and I had started posting, and like a couple of people kind of gave me some static because they thought I was trying to take credit for it, which I've never taken credit for anybody's art ever because I cannot draw. Anybody who can do stuff like that, like props. But she's letting me use it for like the cover art for Edge of Hope, and I really appreciate that. Like being able to use that image that's inspired so many people and inspired me. I cannot thank her enough.
Well, all right, that's awesome. Yeah, it's sweet when anybody does cover art for you or lets you use their cover art. Or I need to figure out if I can get Chris to, because like if I was going to make this into a t-shirt, it would just kind of look weird because the way it is, it's like the droid's here and then it just says over here and then it's an open space. Figure out if he can just kind of move the droid over and then have like TooMedToo's on top and then like Star Wars on one side of the network on the other one, or whatever he thinks would be good. Because he has, you know, he made it, so I'm sure he can just move a couple things around. It's not that hard.
I'm trying to look at it. All I see is like a little bit of network, and then I see the droid's arm.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to do a T-shirt of it, you could move the droid over. I don't know why you don't, instead of like if he's a graphic artist and he's that good, then why don't you do a T-shirt where it's kind of almost a callback to that scene from Empire with Luke in there, but instead of having Luke in there, have your logo in there in the Bacta tank floating.
That's a pretty cool idea.
Yeah. That's what I had on one of my let's see here. Which one is it? And I'll show you what it is. It's on my page, I think.
Or I mean, if you didn't want the logo inside the tank, you could actually have him do a caricature of you and have you floating inside the back of the tank with your dog. That would look awesome. And then have like on the outside part of the tank where it's kind of supposed to be metal, you could have him almost do like the language from Star Wars, all the runes and stuff, and have him do that and have that be your logo.
Oh no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this one.
Oh, you were doing that. I was like, oh, you don't have to use it. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, so that's the banner that I have. The TooMedToo's Star Wars Network with the 21B droid. Is it on StreamYard? Is it?
Yeah, I see it. That,
okay.
Yeah, I see it.
You could totally turn that into a T-shirt. Like if you wanted it more graphic, you could that would look awesome next to the tank. And
well, it has like half of his body, and it comes down more, and the rebel symbols there. That's all that fit. But yeah, if you look at the I don't know if it will do it for this one. If I have to switch it out again or not. No, I don't want to create a group. That's what it looks like. Did it come through?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
but you can do that as two different versions of a T-shirt instead of doing one with the I think that one would look awesome in the Bacta tank because of the purple tones in the backdrop. You could actually turn that into the backdrop of the tank. That way you could do the font as a different color and then have the rebel symbol kind of down at the bottom. With the orange one, you could actually do more of kind of almost like a callback to either the pod racing or to I'm trying to think, maybe to Vader. You could even do something Vader-esque with the red and the orange. That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking. I saw that, I was like, that's cool. I was like, how could I turn that into a T-shirt? And I was like, if I put the 21B droid in the middle and put TooMedToo's on top of it, and then Bacta on one side and Tank on the other one, or something. I mean, I don't know.
You could do Bacta Tank on the front of the T, and then on the back say "Dive In."
Do you want me to see what my T-shirt guy can do with that? The guy who's doing the T-shirts for our collectors club. I have it pulled up. I'm gonna send it to him and see what ideas, and then I'll have to send them to you to see what you think.
I mean, no, I'll talk to Chris and see what he thinks about it too. Because he drew that. He drew that droid.
Yeah, that's really cool. I like that. I would rock the hell out of that shirt. So I'd wear it all the damn time.
I like it. I mean, with the different colorations and stuff, you could actually do a lot more. You could even play off of some of the aqua and the teal out of the droid.
Well, that's like what Blue Bantha Milk did for their T-shirt that they have. What the hell does the spider? Royal Farmer, what's the spider called? It begins with a K. Because their whole thing is they convinced everybody that it's a common saying in Australia, we didn't come here to fuck spiders, which means let's go do whatever we're gonna do. Let's stop fucking around. Which I guess it is a saying, but it's not that common, or whatever. It's actually from New Zealand, so it kind of recently came over to Australia or whatever it was. But they got a T-shirt after a celebration made up with that spider on it. That's from the Clone Wars, but they have it in 3 different colors. So you can put it on different T-shirts. So instead of having like this one, is orange, not the shirt itself, but like the back or the picture is orange. And I got it on an orange T-shirt just because I thought it looked good together. But you could get it on any color. So but if I had it like an orange, like the graphic is like orange and green and blue, and then had people choose which one they wanted, and had it like orange, green, and blue. Like I'm just saying, for example. So he told me
you can even do a gray one because of the backdrop right here. I mean, even like the more graphic version of the gray would look awesome on a T-shirt.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's what that is I just took it and let's see if you.
Or even if you wanted to do something with it, like instead of having the dog in the tank or something with you, like he could do a graphic representation of your dog as a droid. That would look awesome.
That would be cool.
Yeah. So
I mean, who wouldn't want to see that face on a T-shirt? Look at that face. Look at that face. Who wouldn't want to wear that on a T-shirt?
Delilah, you want to be a T-shirt?
So creepy.
You want to be a T-shirt?
Yes, Dad.
They'd be bionic puppy. Bionic puppy in the Bacta tank.
That's me. I'm a crazy bitch.
Shout out to Buck Cherry.
Right. Yeah. All right. On that note, we're gonna go.
Okie dokie.
Anthony the Spider. The Spider from Star Wars. It starts with a K. It's not a spider, but it's what the spiders are called because they're not actually spiders because it's Star Wars.
We had like a 20-minute discussion about if mushrooms could exist in Star Wars because that was one of the trivia questions. What did Shmi? What happened? What was Shmi doing when she got took by the Tusken Raiders?
Oh, she was harvesting mushrooms.
Yeah,
and they do exist. They do exist in Star Wars because that and it's in Jedi Fallen Order. There's mushrooms.
I love Shmi. I think she's an underused character. I think like there needs to be a whole series about Shmi, like her growing up and how she actually ended up in that spot where she I just think some backstory with Shmi would be awesome. I mean, young Shmi. That would be awesome. I don't know who the heck they'd get to play her.
But what kind of backstory or tale would you want, though?
I'd want to see something that kind of explains how she ended up in the hot seat. Like, I mean, and all of the people connected to the Force are, able to touch the Force, or the Force is able to touch, then what pegged her as the person?
Why her of all of the female or possible mothers in the galaxy, was it her? That I agree with you. Why her? Why was she?
And then, I mean, you get to see the evolution of her carrying Anakin, giving birth to Anakin, and what kind of impact that had on her life. I mean, did she always belong to Watto? Or, like, they said that she belonged to the Hutts at one point, and Watto won her during the pod races. So what would life have been like with the Hutts? And what was her job? And, that sort of thing. Like, how did she even end up on Tatooine? Was she born there? Or,
Right.
Because, I mean, she's literally the matriarch of an entire, legacy that has spanned, 45 years of, keeping everybody entertained.
All right, so there it is. The where the hell is it? Krykna. And that's the spider. It's a 6-legged spider.
Those are in Fallen Order.
Yeah, they're in Fallen Order too, but it's from Clone Wars.
Yeah, they're in Fallen Order in what is it, Kashyyyk, I think.
Yeah.
Chewie's got those living on his home planet.
Yeah.
Shit.
So
How did
yeah,
one of those things not walk off with Yoda while he was there? That's mind-boggling.
because he's Yoda, dude.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a lightsaber and he's force sensitive, but that's a big ass spider, dude.
It is. They're probably about 15 feet tall, if not taller.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, the
I
hell
love
with
Chewie, but there's no way. Mm-mm. Not without a big can of bug spray. I don't do spiders.
But all right, I'm gonna call it quits because, yeah,
Tired.
It's almost 1 o'clock, and
I gotta be at work in 8 hours. So
Oh, crap.
I gotta get some sleep.
I got to get some stuff cleaned up and take care of the puppy and do some stuff. I don't know. We just gotta. Oh, we just had 2 people join the stream.
Oh,
Hi, 2 people that just joined the stream. Who are you? Thanks for joining. Tell us who you are, or we're gonna leave the stream, and you'll be in it by yourself.
two people.
You sons of bitches. I don't know. I went from 5 people watching to 7 people watching.
And then now it's showing
One of those sons of bitches just left and went to 6. You coward. Now it's back down to 5. They didn't like what they had.
Nah.
I don't know. Probably just people coming through because you can go through and just check live streams on YouTube. So
they're probably like, oh, them 2 again. Wait, there's a chick. All right, it's just them 2 again. We're out.
You got to admit, Kevin Smith did have that down on his second evening with. He offered a chick to a job from England to come work in the secret stash. He's like, we double foot traffic.
yeah.
I don't know if I'm that appealing, but hey, as long as it helps.
All right. Yep, I think it's about time. We're at 4:16.
Yep,
So nice long streak.
Michael's cutting it off. He's like, let's go. How do I?
He's like, we're done.
How do I get out? I don't know.
You hit the little X on the bottom of it. It says leave.
Okay, leave studio. Okay.
No, like at the bottom of.
What?
Oh wait, I can do this.
Do what?
And this. And this.
We're all far
Hello.
Sons of bitches.
Okay.
All right. Well, he's gonna play us out.
Nope. Not back. I can't hear you guys.
Oh, you can't hear us.
No. I thought he was gonna play us out to a little bit of music.
I heard the music too. I was like, oh, what did I touch?
Oh, I was like, uh-oh. Something new.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? No, still doesn't work. I don't know what the fuck's going on now.
Uh-oh.
I hear you.
We've lost audio.
I know. I hear him.
I hear him too.
Hello.
I don't think he can hear us.
Yeah, he probably don't.
Rural, you kiss your mother with that
Hello?
mouth.
Get the fuck out.
Bye.
Bye.
Say goodbye, because I can't get anything to work. Oh no.
Bye.
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 I'll talk to you later.
All right. See you, man. See everybody later. See y'all next week.